That's a lot of water. We're waiting, we're waiting. I don't know what we're waiting for. Oh, why are we waiting? Why are we waiting? Oh, we go home. I like it. So. Put that water. That's right. 15 gallons of water. Can you go back on this? Last time I went. To be friendly about it. I'm not going to business cards and they have we're not so far from here. We're not going there. We call it capital class. If I want to get a class, we did like that. Because we tried it. Because we have there. The new plane that is it's finally complete by so going the other guys laugh at me. That's good. Because I mean, price pay. And I think from the airport, then just so that we create a so if we cancel, we have to connect it. That becomes a problem. You get a problem. You are need of. I've done every yeah, price. Yes. For a holiday, yeah. It goes off. Exactly. Yeah. Lose that window. Like marketing, we pay marketing on for their dollars. They make thousands of dollars. I saw that one. How, yeah, saw it. That's why I'm sharing. And it's supposed to be like. Good luck. That's stupid. That's all. You know, and it was yeah, yeah, that's for sure. But it's I didn't do the same. Because you always look about one yeah, I need to go. Right, also, yeah, the early politics and solve shit. You know, as a kid, really nice. All but again, there was some other ones and yeah. Not anymore out. Now they all of us are. They're gonna say what they want. I know. Problem. Exactly. That was very Oh, yeah.
Going to give everybody a 5-minute warning. We're going to be starting our program at 10 o'clock sharp.
I shouldn't say that. We want to go see movies. Jack, sang a song. Oh, yeah.
So I'm just going to call everybody to their seats, please, and we can begin our morning. Thank you.
We lost the police, we lost somebody. They didn't arrest you. Yeah. Really? He doesn't have to pull out a gun in the back. Right. Any of that ever wanted by it. You know what? That man should be charged. Those guys all want their But for you, a discount. I'm Nelson.
EIS.
I'm Vern. Dusty.
I imagine the questions. I don't have reading stuff here. And so they probably all and she put in that but they also bad. I don't say
I don't know.
I probably literally would come over that. Yeah. Mary that it was on it. I thought, and I did. We would have gotten for 5 nights. Because the Lord is so.
Yeah.
Is everybody settled now? They're in their seats? Okay, I think before, how many seniors here today have a cell phone? Put up your hands. Okay, can you please make sure it's on mute today? Thank you.
I need to make sure that.
Okay, so I'm gonna start now. Good morning and happy new year. My name is Mona Lancaster. I'm a volunteer and I'm a board member with Memory Lane Home Living. And today I will be your MC.
Yeah. Yeah, we're working on it. You keep going.
Okay, so let us open with the land acknowledgement to begin. The town of Aurora acknowledges that the Anishinaabe lands on which we live and work are the traditional and Treaty 20 territories of the Chippewa of Georgina Island, as well as many of the other nations whose presence here continues to this day. As the closest First Nation community to Aurora, we recognize the special relationship that the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and as a municipality, we join them in these responsibilities. We further acknowledge that the Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas and the Chippewas, recognizing through Treaty 13, as well as the William Treaty of 1923. A shared understanding of the rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and how our collective past brought us to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. So welcome this morning to our Dementia and Safety Awareness Fair. Together we care. Thank you for making the time to come out in person and join us. We hope to instill in you a better understanding of safety and awareness in relation to dementia. To get an idea of our audience today, can you raise your hand and let me know if you have someone or know of a family that is dealing with a dementia diagnosis? Okay, thank you. We hope that you will be empowered from what you learned today and be a better advocate for those who need it. As you can see, we have some agendas on the table to share with explaining the different presentations and the times. And we have lots of topics on safety and awareness. But before I go into detail, I do want to thank our sponsors for supporting this event. First and foremost, we need to give a thanks to the town of Aurora and the Senior Center for providing the space, selling the tickets, making the flyers, and helping us in the overall coordination of this event. Thank you also to the Alzheimer's Society of York Region for honoring January as Alzheimer's Awareness Month and their commitment to sponsor our keynote speaker, Dr. Ellen Power. The Alzheimer's Society has also agreed to create a webinar from today's event and to share it with us on their website. The Alzheimer's Society of York Region has also proved to be very helpful in coordinating this event. Thank you to Thompson Funeral Home in Aurora for sponsoring lunch. I have no doubt that you will enjoy it. There is nothing finer than someone else making lunch. Agreed? I did learn something interesting this week, that Thompson Funeral Homes has been around since 1920 as a business and in giving back to the community. So in perspective, that's older than most of us. So in regards to the exhibitors, if you flip to the back side of the agenda, you have a list of the exhibitors who willingly showed up today to share with you how together they might be able to lighten your load for family members or friends dealing with dementia. The services and the information they offer might be helpful. There will be a lot of time later on at lunch hour and to visit our vendors. So let's get on with this morning's presentations. First and foremost, we have Jamie Cruz presenting from the Alzheimer's Society. Jamie is no stranger to most of you. You may not know this, but Jamie has been with the Alzheimer's Society of York Region for 30 years. And she is a wealth of knowledge. She's not that old.
My best friend, thank you.
I became involved with the Alzheimer's Society in 2015 when my mother was given a dementia diagnosis. I was so grateful to attend the Alzheimer's support group once a month. That is where I met a group of caregivers that were struggling just like myself. They say that knowledge is power. So in addition to having a great circle of caregiving friends, because of the Alzheimer's Society, I also learned about the diagnosis and how to advocate for my mother and her care. But without further ado, please help me and welcome Jamie Cruz.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Mona. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So today I'm going to be talking about how to keep your brain happy and healthy. Okay, so first we're going to start off with a little brain teaser for you because I want to wake everybody up and get your brain active. So here we go. You're escaping a labyrinth and there are 3 exits. Exit A leads to an inferno. Exit B leads to an assassin. And exit C leads to a lion that hasn't eaten in 3 years. Which exit do you pick? The inferno?
I stay put.
Which one? A, B, or C? All right, who says A? Raise your hand. Okay. Who says B? Raise your hand. And who chooses C? Wow. Can I ask why you might choose C?
The lion's dead.
The lion is dead. After 3 years, that poor lion hasn't eaten and has starved. This is just an example of some things that you can do to wake your brain up. These cognitive stimulation activities are able to exercise your brain exactly the same way as you want to exercise your body. So in Canada, we currently have, and I say approximately, almost 780,000 individuals that are living with a diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease or a related dementia. In York Region alone, we have over 21,000 individuals. And what I'm going to share with you today are some techniques that at any age we can utilize to keep our brains happy and healthy. And we need to protect our 3-pound miracle because that 3-pound miracle, our brain is controlling all aspects of your day-to-day thinking, your movement, your thought process. So what does 3 pounds look like? It's just this. It's your 2 fists put together. This is the approximate size of your brain. So you want to make sure that you protect it every single day. It is your holy grail. Who needs Indiana Jones? We can just take care of that ourselves. As you age, your brain does start to shrink. This is a normal aging process that does happen to everybody. And as we age, we do lose some cognitive functions. This is a normal aging process. So, question number 2. At what age do you think your brain starts to shrink? Throw me a number, give me an age.
35.
35, 22,
One.
20?
When you're born.
When you're, Marilyn, when you're born.
Yeah.
40s? I have really good hearing, by the way. Are you ready to see the answer?
Yeah.
55? Going once? Twice? By the age of 30, we actually lose certain cognitive abilities that we are not able to recall things as sharply as we were once able to. And this is all part of the normal aging process. Okay, so test 3. Didn't know there was going to be a test today, did you?
Oh.
I'm going to show you a series of pictures and words. And I'm going to trust that the people who have joined us at home are going to engage in this activity and not try and write things down or take a screenshot, because everybody here is not able to, because I can see everybody. So I want everybody to take a few minutes, and I want you to use what my father used to call your good old-fashioned noodle, and I want you to remember what I'm going to show you. Is everybody ready? Ready or not? Okay. So this is a picture of our brain, kind of. Our 3-pound miracle has got multiple beautiful functions. It's not important to remember the lobes of the brain that are here, but it's important to know that your brain is responsible for all of these functions. And as we age, without even knowing it, we do start to lose, like I mentioned, certain cognitive abilities, which are perfectly normal when there is no underlying diagnosis of any other type of illness or a dementia diagnosis. And sometimes we don't even recognize that we have lost some of those functions until that function has absolutely disappeared. So there is a difference between the normal aging and what dementia is. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this because I want to talk more about the brain health. So this just gives you an idea of what individuals experience with the onset of a dementia diagnosis and those who are experiencing that normal aging process. And I know there's a lot on here, and I will absolutely share the slides if anybody is interested. And I will share it with Andrew and Brandy so that they can share it with everybody. So you do have access to all of this information. So as we do age, there are certain things that we do have less abilities to recall, like learning new information. How many times do you read something over and over and over again when I'm reading a book and I'm reading the same paragraph over again? It's because the way that our brains are not able to absorb things like we were when we were in our 20s or as a teenager. I don't know, my teenagers still forget things. I'm not buying any more water bottles. My son can drink it out of his Ziploc bag. He keeps forgetting them at school. Multitasking. Anybody here like multitasking? Stop doing it. Once upon a time, we were told multitasking is good. It's good for the brain. But when you are multitasking, you are actually putting yourself at more of a risk of forgetting something, forgetting a step. And then you're beating yourself up because you were grocery shopping and you're talking on the phone and you're trying to recall a different appointment that you're trying to get to. And then you get home and you forgot to buy avocados. Or you forgot to go to the mailbox, which I don't like going to the mailbox because it's always bad news in there. So slow down. We don't need to multitask. This one kind of frightened me that by the age of 20, we actually start to lose the ability of recalling names and phone numbers. So when you meet somebody and you're like, hey, I remember, oh my gosh, what is your name? We're all just a little bit above 20, I'm going to assume.
Yeah.
So we're doing okay that if we don't recall the names of everybody that we encounter, because at the age of 20, we start to lose certain abilities that we can't recall, names, phone numbers. And let's get real. With technology today, do we really need to remember a phone number? We just punch on our phone, right? And then remembering appointments. We've got great ways to recall how and where and when and who's going to be at appointments with calendars, with my favorite Post-it notes, whiteboards. Utilize all of these things. We don't need to try and cram everything into our heads. By utilizing these different strategies, we are actually working our brains. So there is actually a medical term that is called age-associated memory impairment. Has anybody heard of this? No? You're going to be so happy I'm sharing this with you. Anybody ever lose their phone or their keys or?
Every day.
All the time, every day I hear, right? Do you ever walk into a room and go, oh, sugar, what did I come in here for? Uh-huh. That's when I yell up to my kids, what am I here for? Do you ever go to a parking lot and not be able to find your car and then you're pushing the panic button, but it's not a panic button, it's a where the beep is my car button? All the time, especially when I go to Vaughan Mills, because I live over in Vaughan, because we all drive these big black, white, silver cars. In the 80s, there were all these beautiful, colorful cars. Now we all drive these monstrosities. Yes, I'm one of them, and then mine's black, so. But I'm gonna make you feel better, because now you're kind of thinking, but how did you make me feel better? You just pointed out all of these 3 things. But this is how I'm gonna make you feel better. Did you ever look at your keys and go, I don't know what they're for? No? Breathe, you're okay. It's when you look at something and you truly don't know what that function is. What are these keys? I can just throw them away. Do you recall a few minutes later why you walked into the kitchen, why you walked into the living room? Maybe you just needed to recalibrate yourself and go, that's right, I needed to go and get a box of Kleenex. I was just multitasking, which is no. And I need to just slow down. And then I recall what I needed. When you're leaving the mall or the store, or you leave here today, you know that you took your car here, but are you calling for somebody to come pick you up? Or are you going to the bus stop? No. Take a deep breath, because this is all called age-associated memory impairment. And I'm sorry to say, we're getting old. And this is just all part of the aging process over the age of 30. So How are we going to help our brain so that when we have these age-associated memory impairments, that we're not beating ourselves up that we didn't buy avocados? A healthy lifestyle can help with so many different elements of our day-to-day life. It can help as a preventative for the onset of a dementia. It can help against heart disease. There are so many things that we have learned about diabetes, about high blood pressure, about other types of medical conditions on what we do on a day-to-day basis to help when we cognitively stimulate our brain as easily as taking care of our body can help as preventatives as these points here. Everybody has a certain time of day that works for them. I am not a night owl. Is anybody here a morning person? Well, everybody's here in the morning, so. Does anybody here prefer the night, the evening, the late afternoon? Okay, more in the morning people than the afternoon people. So there are 2 times where it has been proven that your brain is at your sharpest. The first one is between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Yep. That's me, right on key. Actually, I start my day at 5, but I need a nap right now, by the way. The next is between 4 and 10 p.m. Now, it depends on your schedule, but this is where you know your body, and if you have something going on, when you should be scheduling things, because this is when your brain is at your sharpest. Talking about naps. Are naps good for you? Who says yes?
Yeah.
Who says no? Okay, few people are saying no. I love when my husband takes a nap because he stops talking. Okay, so the answer is they are good for you. Why are they good for you? Is because sleep and naps, whether it is a consistent sleep at night or whether it is short power naps, help rejuvenate your body and help rejuvenate your brain. It relaxes you. You need to rest your body and your brain so you have the opportunity to engage and to be at your sharpest. So, there are 4 things that you need to do every single day to have a healthy lifestyle. What do you think number 1 is? Sleep. Oh, I agree with sleep, but it's not number 1. Water. I heard exercise.
Yeah.
Exercise. You need to get your Jane Fonda on. Spandex is optional. I'm not going to judge. You need to exercise every single day. How long are we exercising for at a minimum? Half an hour at a minimum. If you can't exercise for a half an hour at one time, break it up. 10 minutes in the morning, do a 10-minute walk after lunch or after a power nap. And maybe in the evening to get off that extra energy. Or if you do anything over your 30 minutes, it's a bonus. Now, whether it is the exercise here that is facilitated, which I know is a fantastic program, there's walking, there's even just doing yoga and chair yoga, different types of exercises. I exercise my arm like this, and I hold a credit card, and it's very heavy. So I'm doing 2 exercises at once because I'm walking through the mall and I'm exercising my biceps every single day. Number 2 is water, which is under the healthy eating. I love him. I want him to adopt me. Shh, don't tell my mother. So, what you eat every day is going to help as a contributor. I want everybody to forget about all of these ridiculous fad diets. Unless you have been medically told that you need to follow a specific diet, you are not going to physically, cognitively going to benefit. It actually can hurt you in the long run. And you can develop actual brain fog, which is actual, your cognition is going to start to slip. So, what does your food intake look like? Have your veggies, have your protein, and please have your carbs because bread is delicious. Don't listen to all of these ridiculous fad diets. And if you want to have chocolate, who are the milk chocolate lovers? And who are the dark chocolate lovers? There we go. I know milk chocolate is good and all, but dark chocolate has actually statistically been proven to help your brain power, to help you. You can have 3 those Hershey Kisses of dark chocolate a day. Number 3 is your mindfulness. I am giving everybody a prescription here. If a doctor gave you a prescription, you would fill it and follow it, right? Yeah. Some people are like, wait, it depends on the prescription. I'm with you, but we'll just, I'm giving everybody a prescription to take care of yourself because what you need to do is to stop and smell the roses. Whether it's reading, gardening, painting, knitting, crocheting, cooking, baking. I'll give you my address for those last 2. 20 minutes a day. You need to stop and take care of yourself. Because if you are caring for somebody else and you don't take care of yourself, what's going to happen when you burn out? And the 4th that you need to do every single day, be social. You need to engage, much like attending today, whether it's in a large setting or a small setting. You need to stay connected with people. And I know that it was very difficult during the pandemic, but I'm very happy to say we are past that now. We are in flu season, so we know that we need to take precautions. However, the more that we engage, we communicate, we socialize, it helps reduce our isolation. When individuals are isolated, it does increase the actual risk of individuals developing a depression. When individuals are actually living with a chronic depression and they are not getting the support, it can increase the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. So if you do see somebody that may be pulling away, give them a call, reach out to them, start your own book club. I hear this book, 50 Shades of Grey is good. Just as an option. Now, on top of those 4 things, I have a few more things that I want you to also consider, that if you do have that bonus time throughout the day, these are some things that you can do, and you can do them together. Make sure that you stay curious. Find things that stimulate your brain. Do different puzzles. If you're thinking, oh, no problem, I can do the word search in 10 minutes flat, then it's too easy and you're not actually stimulating your brain enough. Find something that's actually harder. Find something where you scratch your head and you go, holy cow, that was really difficult. I really worked hard on that. I think I have some sweat coming off my eyes. Learn a musical instrument. You are never too old to learn something new. During the pandemic, my mom lives alone and she decided she wanted to learn how to play the ukulele. I'm so happy she lives alone. Have you ever heard somebody trying to learn to play the ukulele? Ooh, fill in your own words what I was thinking. She gave it up rather quickly, but at 75 years old, she gave it her go, and then she decided it just wasn't for her. But she tried. Learn a new language, or if you speak another language, teach it to somebody else. Learning a new language will actually increase your brain power by 16%. Don't only learn the bad words, learn the good words too. Reading is so fantastic. You can also write out your life. Write your experiences, write your own story. It doesn't need to be in chronological order, but take this opportunity to write down things, events that have happened in your life as well. If you need some prompts, I actually picked up a book for myself from Indigo. You don't have to go to Indigo, and I'm not promoting them, but they do have these fantastic books out there to give different ideas about how you can write about who you are. And these are just a few others that I do encourage you to explore. Oh, hey. So, a little while ago, a few slides ago, I asked you to try and recall some pictures and some images. Would anybody care to try? Okay, right here. Yes, ma'am.
So, strawberries, February honey, and I think it's a red Mustang, I'm not sure. Or, pickleball paddles. A lady with an umbrella, even flowers, and I think it's a golden tree.
How's everybody feeling with that? Congratulations. That was really impressive. And I had to add pickleball because this is a new thing for me. I'm just like, I've never played this, but I should try it. So, was it easier to recall the images or the words for you?
Words.
So, words, who thinks that the words were easier? Okay. And the images? Everybody is very different in the way that their brain is working and how they recall things. So, by the way, it's a cherry red convertible Mercedes 500 SL with white leather interior, and I want it. But you don't have to remember all that. But can you tell my husband? This is just to give you an example also about how our short-term memory also works and how we may get distracted from one thing to another on a day-to-day basis because we are not going to what? Multitask. Thank you. Because multitasking may actually interfere with even that short-term memory and things that we need to do. So here are a few other things that you can do to exercise your brain. This one's fun. Say the alphabet backwards in your head, and it's very interesting because it actually does work because I have tried it and it tries to get you to regain focus on a task. And I know you're thinking going, okay, Z, I didn't get past that. Here you go. So this is it backwards. But it's a wow, very nice. A gentleman right at the front was able to do it. I'm really embarrassed. I got past Z. The next is when you find that your day is just getting overwhelming and overstressed, use your senses to just locate the things that are around you and name different things and using your senses. This will just help to ground you when you do have other things that you do need to tackle. And the last one that you can do is, and that's why I love the stress balls, and even just moving your hands inside and out and just making fists are a great way to just release that stress that you are feeling just for a few minutes. Because sometimes we need to remind ourselves to walk away from something, release that stress, just making your fist, and then revisit what it is that you were trying to work on. 2 things that we need to remember: what's good for your heart is good for your brain. What's bad for your heart is bad for your brain. Just a few final points to summarize for today is that you need to protect your 3-pound miracle because you are experiencing some brain fog, some age-associated memory impairment. It does not necessarily mean that you are living with a dementia diagnosis. Reach out to somebody and discuss what it is that you are experiencing. There are so many other reasons as to why you may be displaying these symptoms. Look at your lifestyle. Even the smallest changes can actually make a difference. Looking at exercising your body and exercising your brain. These are things that we need to do every single day. Challenge your brain, new types of puzzles, different types of exercise. All of these things are going to help you cognitively. And with that, those 4 important things that we need to ensure that we are doing. And we did mention that sleep, whether it's that, because I know we all sleep 8 hours straight, right? But if you don't sleep those 8 hours straight, make it up with those power naps so that you do rejuvenate your body and your brain. And the last point is, please stop and take care of yourself. Thank you all so very much. Are there any questions, comments? If you want to rebut anything I've said, it's okay. I've got thick skin. I got teenagers. Are there any questions? Yes, at the back.
How long do you recommend the nap to be?
So you don't want the nap to be too long, especially in the later part of the evening, because you don't want it to interrupt your evening sleep. So if you could even get a 20-minute nap and you feel rejuvenated, then that's a perfect amount of time. I would not suggest going over 30 minutes, especially in the later part of the day, because it will affect your evening sleep and you don't want to have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning because you took that nap in the afternoon. But that's a great question. Thank you. Yes.
You stop thinking at night when you wake up, how do you turn off your
It's a great question. How do you stop thinking? How do you turn off your brain? And this is a problem, and that's actually what I would say many individuals have a challenge with. And some things that you can actually do that I have started to do is even to just have some white noise music playing that's in the background. So your brain is thinking about, oh my goodness, I have that doctor's appointment tomorrow. Am I pregnant? Am I not pregnant? I'm not so sure. So that white noise, that music, that calmness is now that first and foremost in the front side of things. We can't turn our brains off completely, especially when there is something that we're waiting for and we're anticipating. But this is a great way. Also, maybe not watching TV before bed has also been highly suggested. Getting off your phones and not scrolling so close to bed also affects individuals when they are trying to have that downtime. Does anybody have any other suggestions about how you may be able to turn off your brain?
Yoga, meditation class that breathing,
Breathing.
all different kinds of breathing.
That's a great idea. So through yoga and meditation, so breathing. That's a great suggestion.
They suggest meditation while you're in bed or not.
So I am not actually the expert when it comes to meditation, but I know that Brandy, wherever she may be, I know she's in the building. So yeah, I know Brandy really focuses on that meditation, but if you can center yourself into that calmness, I really don't feel that it would harm you. It might relax you as you do start to actually doze off into that relaxing state. If you do have any questions, I'm here all day. And I do have a table, so you can, oh, yes, sir, just kidding. Hold on, pause that moment.
Talking about nutrition, a couple of things there. Scientists have proven that there's a lot of microplastics on the products. People's brains today, and that must be a result of this dementia. We're finding microplastics in lobster. Finding that microplastics in fish. And the other thing about eating healthy, besides that's one problem, you try and eat healthy to remove that microplastics, everything's in plastic. Your bottled water stays too long with the microplastics. So the system is not really keeping us well.
So I'm not sure if everybody heard, but it was mentioned about how the microplastics are getting into our system, into our bodies, and how it is affecting us long term.
So just a second, add that on, watching the grocery manager, and he says, well, like lettuce, for example, you have $5 lettuce, and there's a lot of property out there, people are eating something for $2. It's our politicians that are making sure that everybody can afford to eat decently.
Absolutely. The prices of groceries has been an ongoing concern. And yes, that $2 McDonald's meal as opposed to that $7 salad. So
The wealthy person pays the same much money with the orange as the poor person.
yeah, absolutely. So we do the best that we possibly can, and we make do with what we can do. So I know that there are a lot of options that are out there to help us to stay in a healthy lifestyle. And if there are other kinds of challenges, then there are other support services that are available to help along the way.
Food banks running out of lot of services.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Say a few words about the frequencies that are unnatural to our brain, like EMF, and what we can do to protect ourselves.
Sorry, I didn't really hear what you were referring to.
I was saying, can you say a few words about unnatural frequencies that we are exposed to every day, like electromagnetic frequencies and those kind of things, and how we can protect ourselves?
So I'm actually going to have to table that question because that is beyond what what I am here to share about the brain health, about our food, our exercise. And we know that there are environmental things that are happening that can affect our day-to-day life are more than just our cognitive and our brains that we do need to consider. So unfortunately, and I apologize, but I am going to have to put a hold on that question for now. And I would be more than happy to talk to you about that if you want to come to the table and we can explore that after. Okay, great. Thank you all so very much.
Yeah, we're in battle to try to find you help with you. Just.
Okay. So thank you, Jamie. I said she was a wealth of information. It was a wonderful presentation. As a side note, I just want to let you know that the Alzheimer's Society this year will be celebrating 40 years of service in your region. So I'm sure you'll hear more about that through this year. We are going to break in a minute just before, just take a quick bathroom break. But before we go, something that Jamie brought up caught my attention. And it relates to something I had happen during the holidays, but I think maybe it might have come up for you too. Has anybody been hearing about this 6-7, this new word? Yeah. The numbers mean nothing, okay? But what I wanted to say was, a couple of years ago, I heard something from the CEO of CanAge. And CanAge is a national advocacy program to improve the lives of seniors. But I was really impressed, and it's sort of my New Year's check-in point. And she gave us the numbers, 3, 5, and 15. And it goes like this. The rule, or the 3, 5, and 15 rule states socialization happens or should happen with 3 different generations. So in the new year, you want to make sure you're including all your generations when you're connecting. You participate in 5 activities regularly a week. And you attend 15 events a year, larger events like this. So this could be your number 1 this year of 15. So when you're thinking of good socialization or socialization inclusion, think of 3, 5, and 15. And I'll leave you with that, and you can be back in 5 minutes. Off you go if you need to take a break or stand up and move around, and we'll return with some mindful meditation and yoga.
Thank you. There was my bracelet.
It's one of the words that I was watching you.
That's a genius.
Hi, everybody.
Exercise with your brain. I do.
Yeah, I was thinking. I don't get it.
Why don't? Yeah. I see on my iPad. We're going to like the you stop us. They like events. How do you do it? iPad. I started with that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the one that's on the floor.
We're gonna find that day I bought. Like that. Yeah, we do have like over the south or something. The side have to feel it, so the up and down and this, where everything goes down. What's the, finish up is, what's out there is damage. And then all the way. No way.
Whoever you are.
I'll be back here. I just get up. That's, but that's not, that's the day. Thank you. What's that? Oh, yes, yes. And they say you should get up to. Yeah, what's that? Get out. So I always wasn't even wait, yeah, like the brain is that. Why I would want to just see me up front.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
You can call for me.
Yeah, I and I brought my, videos and it's there. So yeah, so wake up and see dark. And I do the great people. And it's pretty. And I'm dead down. It's so night. The first thing I say, and you don't feel them. And I wake up and it's black, but they're not. So I just where I understand. But it's really worried about. See, I wear my seatbelt, so it sits so what did you do? You snow it? You better leave, eh? So when is that being care that? So you should make that big care. Empty. But if you get up, you get a light, it's a soft light. And go and see what's light, it's not a big light, right? Basic that way, it's not a big light. Just get up and go over that. The best thing. That go somewhere where it's happy and happy and your brain then gets focused on that. And you can hold and see. That's what I'm saying. You're not saying that you get brain. Breathe on.
Everyone else does it all. Yeah, so they're not alone.
No, that's why I don't have to talk about writing things down.
If everybody could return to their seats so we can begin the next part of our program.
Like sometimes it goes up and I'm like, so and I'm
But I mean, I have to downward dog.
round them out because I can hear myself and I have to.
That's the first one, chairs. Much better than it. So it's good. Yeah. See, right now, well.
But this is
Yeah. Great place to use that. Oh, there you go. He started 8 years ago, they grow, this is the same.
Okay, I think most important people are back to their chairs. So to introduce our next presentation, I want to start by telling you that today we are becoming aware of the factors that can slow down the progression of dementia and keep it at bay. And as you remember, Jamie had mentioned exercise. Exercise would be one of those factors. And today we have Brandy, who is the older adult and adult programmer of the Aurora Senior Center. And a fitness instructor who specialized with training in fall prevention. Now, this morning, Brandy will lead us in a yoga and stretching session. So thank you, Brandy.
All right. So it's a little not true. We're going to do some stretching, not so much yoga, because I want to talk about a few different things with exercise. Are you guys game with that if I make a little bit of a change? Okay, first of all, can you hear me in the back, Betty? You hear me, Betty? Do I need the mic? No, you sure? Okay. Murphy, you can hear me? Can they hear me out in the lounge? Okay, so happy Saturday. How great is this? Okay, so, and they're gonna feed us. We guys love food. All right, so I want to start with a couple of things. So a lot of us got up when we had the break. We went to the bathroom, we saw the exhibitors, maybe visited with other people. Has anyone heard smoking or sitting is the new smoking? Yeah. Yeah, sitting is the new smoking, right? And now imagine you're sitting and smoking. Because we do so much sitting, our bodies aren't made and built to sit as much as we do. So, and some people say to me, for whatever reasons, they need to sit for long periods of time. You can move your body seated. Okay, 100%. So if you're doing a lot of sitting, your body can still be moved, right, while you're sitting. So we're going to do a few different things today. And I don't necessarily like the word exercise, because when I say to people exercise, they go, right? We don't want to exercise. And then, but someone says, I don't exercise, but I walk 3 kilometers a day. That's exercise, right? So movement. We want movement. The more we move, the better we feel, the better our body feels, the better our moods are, the better our brain is, right? So all movement matters, okay? And little movements count. So not everything has to be, now Jamie had said 30 minutes a day, right? Do you have to set your watch and be like, okay, 30-minute workout now? No, you can break it up, right? As long as you're moving, you're winning is something I always like to say. So movement matters. I want to do one thing with you before we get in. I'm going to give you guys a beautiful stretch and movement. I want you to take your right arm. Your right arm. This right arm. This one. This one. You have a 50% chance of getting it right. Okay? Put it on your shoulder. Lift it to the ceiling. If you can't lift all the way up, that's a-okay. Bring it back down. Bring it back up again. Bring it back up. Easy peasy? Okay, hold it here. Those of you who know me are like, I know where she's going with this. Okay, other hand. Shoulder. Ceiling. Shoulder. Side. Shoulder. Floor. Shoulder. Side. Shoulder. Ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. Okay, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah. Yes. All right, let's do this. So right arm, we're on auto lift. You're not even going to think about this arm. If you've got a grumpy shoulder, put your arm down. Okay. Now take that left arm to your shoulder. Okay, you ready for the fun part? Shoulder, ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. Shoulder, side, shoulder, ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. Shoulder, side, shoulder, ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. Shoulder, side, shoulder, ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. Let's go. Okay, what we do on one side, we've got to do on the other. Now, let me tell you something super duper important. Now you've done it once, your brain knows what you want, what it wants to do. I'm not saying it'll be better, but your brain knows what to do. So what practice is saying? Left arm, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Yeah. Okay. Right arm, shoulder, ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. Shoulder, side, shoulder, ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. Okay. Ready? Auto lift. Don't even think about this left arm. This left arm is doing its thing. Ready? Right arm. Shoulder, ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. Shoulder, side, 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 shoulder, ceiling, shoulder, side, shoulder, floor. And let it go. All right, so I have to tell you, I almost lost it there. I looked back at Andrew and he was going. Okay, so that's something you can practice, right? That's movement. We just exercise. Yay, us, right? So now I want to get into just something a little nice for you. Is as you're seated, I want you to take your shoulders. I want you to take an inhale. As you inhale, shoulders go up to your ears. As you exhale, squeeze shoulder blades into spine and then push your shoulders down. Inhale, shoulders up. Exhale, squeeze shoulder blades into spine and press down. Again, inhale up. Exhale, squeeze shoulder blades into spine and down. Now I want you to keep doing this. As you're doing this, I want you to start to make this more fluid. Now, what we're doing is we're lengthening our neck here. This is actually where our shoulders belong, right down here. Now, last one. So right hand's on right thigh, left hand's on left thigh. Chin is up. Pretend you've got a string on the top of your head pulling you up towards the ceiling. Your feet are grounded into the floor. Now, first, people have to like uncross their legs, sit up in their chair. Now, as we're rooting our feet into the floor, and your feet should be underneath your knees, our shoulders are down, our chin is up. Some of you might feel a little lighter in your chair, okay? Now, I need you to breathe. Yeah, breathe. I can see when you're not breathing. That's why I said that. Whenever we're cued or asked to sit up nice and tall, what do? Until we can't hold it anymore, then we go, right? So keep breathing. Push those shoulders down. Chin is up. Feet are rooted into the floor, okay? Now what I want you to do is take a gentle look to the right. Now, as you keep looking to the right, I'm very, very bossy. How far can you see? Notice, I just want you to notice it. How far can you see right now? Bring your head back to the center. Now, you might have to push yourself away from the table a little bit here. I think we'll all be okay. I want you to take your right leg and bring it directly out in front of you. Don't kick your friend. Now, flex your foot. Flex your foot. So toe in, heel. Yeah, push your heel out. Now I want you to engage all those muscles. I want you to squeeze your tushy, pull your belly button in, squeeze that thigh or your quad muscle, and then let it all go. And then do it again. Flex your foot. You feel that hamstring in the back of your leg? Yeah. Squeeze that thigh muscle, squeeze your bum. Let it go. Do it one more time. Leg comes out. Pull your toe towards you. Push that heel away. Really push it away. Squeeze all those muscles. Let it go. Feet are underneath your knees. Take an inhale. Shoulders come up, back, and down. I want you to take a look to the right again. Can anyone see farther? Yeah, give me a yay if you can see farther.
Yeah.
I'm magical.
Oh, we knew that.
All right. We're going to do it on the other side. Now, knowing what we're going to do, really notice how far you can see. So the reason I'm doing this, and I love to do this, is because it shows you little movement can get us more mobility, right? So, sometimes you wake up in the morning and you're like, my shoulder hurts, my back hurts, my knee hurts, my ankle, right? And you start moving and then you feel better. That's what we just did. But we didn't do anything with our necks and we got more mobility, okay? Just with that little bit of engaging and moving and stretching that hamstring in our leg. Yeah. So let's look to the left. Notice how far you can see. I know we did it, but we might forget. Bring it back. Bring that left leg out. Flex your foot, engage all your muscles. Squeeze your bum, belly button in. Breathing, really squeeze that thigh, let it go. Do it again. Flex your foot, pull your toe in, push your heel away, engage everything. Let it go. One more time, bring it back up. Pull your toe in, push your heel away. Let it go. Take an inhale. As you exhale, look to the left, see if you can see farther. True story? Yeah. So a little bit of movement's going to give you more mobility, right? So the more we move, the better we feel. All right, now maybe you're gonna lift arms up, maybe you're not. It depends how your shoulders are feeling. Inhale, reach arms up to the ceiling. Reaching, lace them together. And then I call this the good morning stretch. So kind of just move how you want to move. Maybe you're gonna round out and arch, maybe it's side to side, it's whatever you want it to be. There's no wrong here. And then let your arms come down. Inhale, shoulders up, back, and down. Again, inhale, arms up, lace them together. Good morning stretch. So if you're doing a lot of sitting, this is movement. This counts. You feel that length we're creating? Feel good? Bring it down. When I say, does it feel good? You say yes.
Well,
you guys, I didn't tell you were going to have a hoot. We're having a hoot. Woo! All right, we're going to do one more thing. I just want to do with our shoulders. So those shoulders are going to come up, back, and down again, right? Easy peasy, like we had already done. And then come to stillness. Take your right shoulder, just take it back a couple times. Yeah, we want to move that shoulder. And then take it the other way. Just take it forward a couple times. Now you got clickies, clunkies, crunchies, all the above? Yeah, me too. And then take one circle back, one circle forward, one circle back, one circle forward. One more time. I want to end on the back and then hold it here. Left shoulder forward, left shoulder back. Left shoulder forward, left shoulder back. One more time, left shoulder forward and left shoulder back. Let that go. So this is something you can do in the morning when you're waiting for your coffee to brew, right? Get that movement in. It doesn't have to be a set horrible time of doing exercise. Move throughout your day. All right. You guys feel a little bit better, a little energized? Anyone have a hoot? Irene? All right. We'll switch over.
Okay. You want me to just do a quick introduction?
Oh, wait.
There's more.
Okay. So, we have to plug ourselves. So one of the things we are super proud of is our Without Walls program. So it's free. Who doesn't love free? It's over the telephone or it's on Zoom, and we offer exercise 6 days a week. Yeah. I do class, Jillian does some classes. We have Lucy, we have chair yoga. It's fantastic. If you want to register, we make it so easy. There's an email and there's a phone number. That's all you have to do. And it's so much fun, right, Alex? That was his enthusiastic voice.
Okay.
All right, now I'm ready. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you to Brent, and now on to fall prevention and then a demo. We know that exercise is towards the mic. Yeah. We know that in some cases, exercise aids fall prevention. According to public health, falls are the primary cause of injury-related hospitalization and admissions. These days, we want to avoid, we want to stay healthy, we want to avoid falls, and we want to stay out of the hospital. Amen? Amen. But sometimes, in spite of all the warnings, we fall. How many of us in this room have had a fall? Well, today we have Carrie, who is the supervisor of community programs for the town of Aurora. And she's also well known from this at the senior center in her previous role. She is also a fitness instructor with specialized training in fall prevention. Carrie will demonstrate how to safely get up from a fall. So thank you.
me to dramatically fall first?
As you're walking up, oh, that way. Should have planned that.
I was gonna turn this mic off.
Anticipation.
Yeah. Remotely confused. Other duties as assigned.
All right, so yes, Carrie is gonna show us how to get up from a fall, but we're gonna talk about it a little bit. So how to get up from a fall. The first piece of advice. Oops. Now tell me, and it's, you don't have to agree with me on everything. I like it when you do, but most falls are preventable. Yay or nay?
Yeah.
Yeah, most falls are preventable. Not all falls, but most falls are preventable. All right, so I know Mona just asked you this, but raise your hand if you've ever fallen. Yeah. Now, is falling a seniors thing? No, everyone falls, right? Now, some people are more prone to falling. Is anyone a faller? I'm a faller. I can trip over my own feet. I'm one of those people that when I go up the stairs, I fall, right? So you need to be cautious of that, right? But we've all fallen, even though most falls are preventable. Now, just go ahead, shout it out. What are some of the things that we could do to prevent a fall? Like, what are preventable falls? Walk carefully. Walk carefully. Slow down. Slow down.
Use rails.
Yes, rails. I want you guys to all go home and test your rails and see if they're wiggly. Or if you don't have one, get one. What else?
Look where you're going.
Look where you're going. Don't look down.
Get rid of obstacles.
Pardon?
Get rid of obstacles in the house.
Yes, get rid of obstacles. Does anyone put stuff on the stairs because it's supposed to be taken up? Step over it, right? Anything else? Balance. Yeah, which then goes to exercise. The shoes that you wear. They can be a big, so there's a huge list. These are all little things we can do that can help prevent a fall. Okay, now how many of you, and just give me a yay, no one's going to judge you, no one's going to talk about it in the parking lot. How many of you 100% right now can sit easily on the floor and get back up unassisted?
I love how laughter breaks out as I sit on the floor.
So I had a few people like, you can feel good that you can do it. Feel good, be proud that you can do it. From what I could visually see, I would say not even half of you. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you something, and this is really, really important. We stop going down. Not everyone, but a lot of people stop going down onto the floor in around their 40s. Now, right? One of the reasons is because it does get a little bit harder, right? It's not so pretty. You see a 20-year-old get up, they're just like, and they go. 40, but if you get in your 40s, it's harder to get up, things crack. Sometimes air comes out. We've all been there, yeah? It's true. So what do? We do everything we can to not go down on the floor, right? So we need to practice. Being down on the floor. Okay, over 45% of seniors in Ontario are not hurt when they fall. They can't get up. It does not blow your mind. Carrie, your mind was blowing.
Absolutely.
Right? I was like, that must be a typo. 45%. And do you notice it says Ontario? A lot of times we say in the US and we're like, oh yeah, those Americans. In Ontario, 45%. They can't get up. Not here, not today. Okay. So does everyone know if they were down on the ground? And I am only talking about if you're not hurt. Okay. The whole conversation today is if you're not hurt. If you are injured or anything, that's a whole different thing. This is if you're not hurt, other than your pride. Our pride always gets hurt when we fall. Does everyone know how they would get up? Yeah?
Get up.
Yeah, you just get up?
Yeah.
Just get up. Yeah, just get up. Think about it. So for those of you who haven't been down to the floor in a while, think about it. Do you know that you can, and do you know how you would get up? Okay. Okay, so the first thing I want to tell you, and I want you can hear my voice. If you fall, it does not matter if you fell in the Superstore parking lot on Christmas Eve, or if you fell in your own house alone. When you fall, the first thing is you're embarrassed. True story?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What happens when we get, there's lots of seats up here. What happens when we get embarrassed? We laugh and we panic, right? Oh my God, I'm falling, right? Our heart rates go up. So you have to stay calm. The first thing I want you to say or think to yourself if you fall, after you scan your body, and of course, like I said, this isn't if you're hurt. You say, I know how to get up. As soon as you tell your mind or you tell your body, I know how to get up, that's going to create calmness, okay? All right, so there's 3 common ways to get up off the floor. There's hands and knees, which Carrie is going to very beautifully demonstrate. And then we've got a scoot, and we've got stairs, and we're gonna go through all of these with you guys. So, first of all, it doesn't matter which one you use to get up. When you're down on the floor, now this could be if you've fallen, or you need to get something underneath that bed. Anyone got anything right in the center underneath their bed they need to get? Right? Yeah, dust. So it says here, you're gonna roll over on your side. You pick the side, the better side, the side that you're more geared towards wanting to roll to. Okay? And then you're gonna bend your bottom leg. This is Eileen. I named her. I don't know what her name is. You're gonna bend that bottom leg and then lift yourself up into a sitting position. So use your arm to push yourself up. Okay. Now, sitting position, you're up off the floor, so you're not lying there anymore. Okay. Carrie's going to show us this, and she's going to show us how to go onto our hands and knees. Do you think you can do it here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to jump off the stage.
I get the stage.
I don't share my stage with just anyone. All right. So Carrie dramatically falls. Oh. This is the best part of the whole thing. Carrie rolls over onto her side. Well, first I'm calm. First I'm calm. She's hearing my voice. I'm calm. She's very calm.
So calm.
And then she's going to roll over onto her side. She's going to pick which side she rolls over onto. She's going to push herself up and then go right onto her hands and knees. Now, when I say to people, you need to go on your hands and knees, people say to me, oh, my knees. Well, I have a bit of a sore knee. As long as you can use that knee, you're just trying to get up, right? Remember, 45% of people can't get up. Now, for some of us, we can get up from this position, okay? So from here, you're going to put your stronger leg forward. Which one's your stronger leg? The one that naturally goes forward. You're going to put both hands on your thigh, right hand, left hand, and then you're going to push yourself straight up. Okay. Do it again. Now, what if you don't have the strength, and a lot of us don't, especially if we're a little shaken up, to get up off the floor like that? So, she dramatically falls. I told you, it's the best part. And then she rolled, she's calm.
I'm so calm.
She's so calm. She knows she can get up. She rolls over onto her side, goes onto her hands and knees. And then, okay. And then she needs to make her way over to something. So ideally it would be a chair, but it could be stairs. It could be an ottoman, hangs onto it, and then does the same thing, puts her stronger foot forward, pushes herself up, and then she could plop her bum down if the chair was there. Don't do it if there's no chair. Okay. So, does anyone have any questions about this?
Can we see it again?
One more time.
You don't think I'm done up here? I don't easily give up the stage. Come on.
So we're gonna do it one more time. Dramatically fall.
Your fault.
I have to be careful where I fall. I don't want to fall off the stage.
Okay. Dramatic fall. She's calm.
So calm.
So calm. Now, this time, Carrie doesn't know we're doing this, but we're a good team. We can meet each other's minds. She's calm. She's gonna push herself up into that sitting position. But this time she's not going on her hands and knees because it's not an option. She's gonna put her hand beside her, so she's just sitting on her bum. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Let me show you what it looks like in case you can. It looks like this. Okay? And then now Carrie can scoot. She can drag her bum using her hands and feet and move herself to somewhere. If you have stairs in your house, stairs are really good, right? And then you can flip yourself over onto chairs or an ottoman, whatever it might be. So that's the scoot.
Oh.
Good, right?
Y'all get to count my bruises on Monday.
Tomorrow morning.
Am I falling again?
No, that's it. Sorry, guys. I don't know. So now we go to scoot. So if you can't go on your hands and knees, you can scoot. We want to get up off the floor. That is the result we're trying to get. So if you scooted or if you're on your hands and knees, maybe you're getting to an ottoman. Now, we don't have these things in our house, right? But maybe you have some pillows you can put down. You can lift your bum up onto that, and then that can lift you up onto your couch. Make sense? So if you're home by yourself, you need to, and that's what I was talking about. So there's the scoot, and then there's this, I don't know where this is. And then there's the stairs. What the stairs mean is you're going to build stairs. Okay? So using pillows. Does anyone have this many pillows out there?
Yeah.
You can see the point here, right? So she scooted, she fell dramatically. She was calm. She flipped herself over. She scooted herself over and she built herself stairs to get up on the couch. 45% of older adults can't get up off the floor. Now, what if you don't have any of this stuff? First thing is, don't ever pull yourself up. Don't try to use the counter and pull yourself. It's not going to work, especially for women. We are not blessed with upper body strength. We've got hips to kill, but no upper body strength, or little upper body strength. All you do is hurt yourself. So I know this is a little blurry, but you can MacGyver. Okay? I'm not saying don't do anything dangerous, but you can use whatever you can safely, I did say the word safely, use in your house to build yourself stairs if you needed to get yourself off the floor. Okay? And then I want you guys to practice. Not right now. But I want you guys to practice. Especially those of you who are like, yeah, I know what I do to get up and down off the floor, but when was the last time you were down on the floor? Sit on the floor. Get yourself back up on the floor. Practice it. Practice, practice, practice. Make sense? Yeah. Okay, so I have a couple of slides here. I want to just show you. I know that I'm out of time. Something I really want to talk about is if someone else, what do you do if someone else falls? Right? Do not pull them up. You're not doing yourself any favors. You're going to hurt yourself. Right? Here, take my hand. Right? And don't let someone pull you up. You're going to do the same thing. You're going to guide them. Okay? You're going to bring a chair over for them. Get them on their hands and knees. Use a chair. Now you can put a second chair behind them. So that's what I do here. Someone uses a chair to get up and I just slide another chair under their bum. Make sense? What happens if someone's fallen and they're not hurt, but you can't get them up or they can't get themselves up? What can we do? Shout it out at me.
911. 911.
So most people will call 911 and you shouldn't call 911 if you're not hurt. Only if you're hurt should you call 911. What you want to do is you want to call for a lift assist. Now, I'm just going to talk to ladies here for a sec. It may or may not be some handsome firemen that come. Lift assist. This is the non-emergency number. You call this number and let them know you need lift assist, you needed help, and they will send help out to come and help you. Okay. All right, so we're not going to talk about any of this. Friends, you can always get a hold of me here at the Senior Center. You can take a picture of this if you want. You can always call here. If you have any questions or if you want to tell me that you did something and it worked, I want to hear it. If you want to tell me that you did something and it didn't work, I want to hear that too. All right. Okay. Thank you. This was
This was a wonderful half. Oh, I think I turned it off. This was just a wonderful half hour of information and good fun. So now it's time for lunch. Once again, I want you to thank Thompson Funeral Home for their generous donation of this lovely lunch. Please don't hesitate to tell them personally. Time to eat, visit with friends, exhibitors, and take a washroom break. There are hostesses at the food tables. They'll guide you and direct traffic. I'm going to ask that we reconvene at 12:25 because we are going to do the raffle. Everybody put a ticket in when they arrived in the raffle bin. So if you can make your way back to your table at 12:25, I have York Regional Police managing the draw.
One sound.
That's it. Do you want to grab from me? There's like 20. Maybe.
Thank you. So now people probably left for lunch. Could you just leave this running?
I'll write it down. My mom was always walking my
You can just go.
This happened where she just my mom, my sister and I here. Then you're over south. But yeah, but they're those are open.
I have to ask you, Amy, when you're gonna talk that. Are we gonna get a restriction on that? You can just send her on. Send your highlights. Well, they have to be here. What?
Oh. The street. You know how to fold and get up stage.
Yeah.
They did that here. He found one here and they, so this is their mini stage. Yeah. Could you? Is there a wait for a minute? I get lunch. Randy was.
Shy.
The lines, no, yeah. Sure. Fill her in, so weird, not organized.
Okay.
For a Grammy?
Grammy, well,
Grammy or
I
whatever we
don't
want.
want to see this and like blast it out. If that is.
Yeah.
Oh, Grammy.
I don't know.
Grammy.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna do this. Okay. So the first one. Okay. For this, I'm doing what? Oh, imagine. That's true.
Yeah, come on.
This is true. Take it all out.
Maybe just a chair and you could like attach it or something.
Okay, well, we can see a chair here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then like 1 second, I have to fall off, or else that's gonna be two examples. The wall person's gonna have to come back and help them.
Stop. Stay calm.
Sorry.
Yeah. Are you hurt?
Anywho, what I love you to be able to do is as we're pushing the car.
Yep.
You seal the wall.
Okay.
Right? And then just kind of show the audience how cheesy it is.
Yeah.
A second time we're going to do this. We're gonna grab anything.
Yep.
Yeah, well, no, my wallet is my phone and it's really hard to get in and out.
Okay. Maybe just stash.
Or I'd have to do.
Yes.
It's crazy. You're showing
Exactly. So then the second time, I'm using my
Okay.
my person is strapped.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna try exactly.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And that would be is. Right on. Awesome.
I.
You wrote through it. You wrote through it. Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
No worries, I can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll put a call out to you. I know it's so much. Yeah.
Mine.
Is there a report in this?
There's my phone.
So I'll say that.
I had it all right.
I don't take a, I don't have to take a picture. It's not this. I like that picture. Somebody called me both times.
Yeah.
So let's go over this. Go big thing. So here, so we don't just have that from. Right there is perfect. That's the, right there, that's perfect. Okay, so eyes on me. Eyes on me. Gonna take a couple of photos. First name.
Absolutely, I'm here. Yes.
I can. Yeah, I'll just ask you. Are you? Actually, yeah, that makes it that out.
Do that for you.
It is. Let me guess now. Oh, number 2160.
I've been.
We can make it break.
Well,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's good. That is good. Thank you.
You gonna use that one?
I remember
I
it.
can't tell. That's what. Your way. He was speaking in.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh, did you? I didn't want to sit with us.
Yes, he was crying. He was so just crying.
You can never get one as good.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it should. Didn't go to Chantel.
Here's my phone. So you emailed me. I'm not sure that I was the other one. But the room sent me the media.
Oh, that's great.
On the email.
Love that.
What is your name?
Yeah, they had a seminar.
Yes, so. It's one meeting.
I know, but I.
By that time, yeah.
By the way, the thing is like.
Yeah.
And if you're there, so you can get, if you, I'll send it out. So you can get to the air. Okay, so you, this is, this is, just keep feeling higher. So we start thinking all of this in the air. And also, the council. So they're very happy. Right in the manner, Chamber of Commerce, Chamber of Commerce. So that's the side. And this one very and this that gets exposure. So you still you can send it to.
I have a laundry basket.
Sorry.
Second.
Just obviously.
So instead of carrying basket down the stairs, I take a belt and put it through the handle. Or I hold it in the hand and this balance will be on. There is that.
And.
Yeah, then I go in the basement and I go downstairs. That's exercise. I know, it's not very round.
That was really good, wasn't it?
We've had really good presentations, top notch.
It's been fantastic.
Oh, my gosh. You know these things. Your mom knew these. Oh, I thought you knew me well.
That's a great idea.
Oh, that's one. You know?
Yeah.
My daughter.
So.
They I moved my.
And he has done the same thing. You know, both in the apartment upstairs. Peter, come over here. You gotta meet these. They are exactly. I'm just gonna say, you are my example. That's what I'm show you. You're talking about that.
Actually, 3 4 elevator in.
So usually the house, I'm probably.
That is it.
We're actually doing an art program and everybody's, we got a grant for doing art here. And he's in
Very nice.
Toronto, or sorry, Ontario, they were wanting us to sell remote, so we still built. And Aurora and Thornhill. And we have, and then we have an art show. So it'd be like a whole big thing, and what we do is it's well, you have there, it's about thank you. It's like the well-being, you know, how to, every piece of art is. No, I actually was inspired by this. That's what you're. No, I volunteer with organization.
They had it all.
Programs. And we wanted to separate all my feel like it's funny because I have an art there about how many things acquired with. No. My dad was a singer. Okay, so we were down on Wednesdays in Richard Hill. Drive, but it's then we all perform one day. My gosh. But he's a program. I have the latest program. I'll say. And as you remember, all my
Yeah, but it's funny for years, we furnish it. Chair.
Really? Where?
Our.
Do you know George Shields?
Oh.
Do you remember George?
Oh my God.
There's 100 years, I'm his goddaughter.
Oh, that's providing they have.
I'm his goddaughter, my dad, that's his wife.
He was an East Georgia.
Yeah, it's number 2.
Yeah, but I left garbage up in years ago. Because of these, and I joined. They call Toronto White male voice.
Very partisan instead of. That's fact.
They're a little more strict about making sure you do what you're supposed to do, like.
Yeah, we're all off book.
So, yeah, but we are.
But I don't think that has.
Society.
And we that voting to pay a month, so.
And as a Welsh choir and it was Uncle Sam meeting. They got paid.
Right.
And they changed the state. Anyway, Welsh choir. You get a bell. Compared to the. And they took this.
Right.
They were.
We had the Wales twice, and got lots of compliments. Mainly our wealth. Rob. My name's Andrew.
You know, with all these physical facts and everything, it's stuff.
And that's. This is
Jason, 7 years, maybe, that's very needed. But look at gun battle. The US owns 85%. Keep it one side.
No.
So my husband just went back in the barber shop again, he went to the, and that doesn't make no sense. And he said, as soon as he got in on the scene, he started like a different guy. So he was in some kind of surgery. He was talking. Like they said, that, but I don't know, being in that environment with the music, he said that it was like that. He said, and he's healthy, he's telling Dave what to do, he's telling other people, like, just like, yeah, so he's very.
So you travel?
We do.
So where do you go?
Yeah, well, I would say all over the area. Then down, we're open to engage anywhere. Truly. Down to one.
There are.
That's one of the old.
It wasn't but if you want to show you said
Well, yeah, that's okay.
That would be a little different.
We've got a wonderful director in the wonderful company. We have to pay by this, so we got over.
Well, that's because.
In general, that's your money. We do that. Just before.
They're not kind of the military stuff.
Then we did our.
We have a lot of.
We still have a pretty good quality. And local people. And we need to do surveys.
No. It takes about 6 months to get back on check. Or they'll give you the license and.
Like,
I'm not allowed to travel again, but.
Yeah, it's Hawaii, we're gonna do course, 25% customers, either in or well.
Yes, yes, they do.
But after that. Those like.
Anyway, it's
So, yeah.
a lot of things to do into one.
Which is good.
Oh, yeah.
For me. I love the variety. Say something, Frank.
Good,
How are you guys? Great, sorry. We have a couple of friends. Sure. Are you Stu? I lived in Ottawa 6 years. Way back.
How many of them?
I was 40. Yeah, 5. You got
Keep it busy. So there's down in the second. When it's a dark time.
What's this, Alan? Oh, very, right. I keep thinking, right? He's a scholar. I'm sure he's originally a scholar.
It's the one. And since then,
I got a new market.
Just easy.
I'm just thinking, I'm trying to think of really interesting things. Sometimes.
Your music's always evident. Your work and stuff, you know. I still think probably the median age gets in the group. They got a lot of that. But we just have to be careful with what we're saying. Their music, like.
I'm still.
Which I do.
You know, it's like.
But it's evening, I'll also
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds interesting. I've always.
I know, so my connections with Mike.
Yeah.
Even this one too has the name, their name. And it's we moved off.
Oh, yeah. Michael Hayes. No, that'll be interesting. Nothing much about it. Similar now. Yeah. They play. But we did a few things together. Yeah, with all that volume. That's what our director says, it's easy singing around. How good it sings, they really, most of the. Yeah, we've got a very talented. Almost the seven. And certainly just amazing things. In fact, we had our Christian. That young and St. Clair, lovely old church there. Alzheimer. With a lovely big old. Give us a chance to sit down. We usually sing 4 songs, sit, have a bit of a solo, and sing 4. And he played 2 instruments. But the fine was as soon as he fixed everybody, it was that Chakata. I think that he goes to and he was sitting on the choir with the pipes all around. Here it's not that good. He's sitting right beside and watching. Really something to read. So we've got that as part of it. Those these wonderful things. So,
And after that, sometimes.
I saw that. Take every advantage.
But it is. Is at Presbyterian Church. It's like young and yeah.
How old is that?
Yeah.
I heard that. I heard that. I'm burning, yeah, I know, but I'm sleeping, I'm still in my eyes. I'm not using my word.
Hey, I your fingers a little bit better there. Or pictures or. It's a pretty impressive sight. We all get on stage. Oh, yeah, great. Yeah, everybody just. Used to go by cars, but that's because. Bus. Oh. Yeah, we just carved. Well. But I must say, starting out with all bus is just a bad. And you know, I got in, they called. I have encouraged. I got in on. And at the end of that, this first thing, he's my son. So. I enjoyed it so much. The trouble was, I was the youngest guy. I was the youngest guy. They do need the community. I think guys don't want to have a look around it. The age of
And they say it's hard work. And
Okay, good. I Peter and.
here it is.
You want to. Give me a question with you. I we don't allow.
So that goal.
Well, it's now. I don't do that.
He said, take anybody start donating here.
How old?
This is very interesting down there. A little more. There's a big range. I'm sure.
Oh, showbiz. Showbiz.
That which games on the stage, you wouldn't know that.
As we say, she never had a mic.
No.
The other is required. This group of everybody doesn't remember why. There are now it's just 25 years.
Yes.
They just after. Got you for that. The boys.
This one very
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's part of the trade. Difficulty.
I always like the things that are not extended. They have people. All over the place.
Guys get committed.
Because they were part of it.
That was part of the divine. It's the Americans got back. 30 years ago. They got together for one reason. So they really all.
That's exactly.
Yeah, because I joined. So some guys here today don't.
It's like if you make a city, it.
So I'm gonna introduce you to
Yeah.
Jane. She is a, no, so she's really, kind of choir. And now.
Okay, I'll put it back down.
Yeah, no,
Look at my stuff. You said miracle. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay around when it all.
Say it's got nice. Oh, no. Of course.
I want to. Oh, Romy.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble now. Don't bump me on the head now.
Right.
Okay, I'll announce you. Come up.
See, this was great. Great, and here everybody's going. That's good. That's what I heard. That's what everyone was telling me.
Help you understand. You guys, you don't.
Like Bobby.
I gotta get.
You know, you must be.
Okay, so if everybody's coming back to their seat, we are gonna do the door prizes now, and I have the most trustworthy folks up here with me to hand out the prizes, hand out the gifts. So I think what we're gonna do is bring up one gift and one number at a time, maybe. Hopefully everybody's here because we're not kind of putting them on hold. So if you're not here for your gift, we'll draw again. I think that's how they work it here, is it?
Look at that.
It's for us. Okay, so we have some nice KitchenAid products here, and our winner is Margaret Wolecki.
Margaret Walecki.
If I pronounce that correctly. Sorry, Margaret Olecki.
Margaret is out in the,
She's here though.
Sorry, if you want to get next.
Next. And so what's the card?
okay, doesn't. Claim it will read it.
Okay. Gonna go.
Hang on, go, let's work, and everybody's putting in a card. Okay, so talking, I just want to plug in for Memory Lane Home Living, which I'm part of. We made these as a Christmas gift this year. They're bells, and we created a bell choir book. And I will tell you, this was the best. So I'm going to put a plug in for Memory Lane. We donated a set of bells and a book of music to play with the bells for Christmas gifts. And I will tell you, I had people phone me up and said it was the greatest crowd pleaser gift they had at Christmas this year. That it could, you know that 3 generations I was talking about? Well, it would allow 3 generations to play Christmas carols together. We have over 20 songs we've created. We promote music, and today you saw Maya, the Creative Arts Services. She's been an inspiration for us. We have a choir that performs throughout York Region, made up of care partners and their loved ones with a diagnosis. We meet on Wednesdays in Richmond Hill. So if you're interested, you can look at our table. But this is really a great gift. At least that's what I had people phone me back after they bought it and said how much they enjoyed it. So who is the lucky winner? Hey.
Pile?
Number 97. Oh my God.
Congratulations.
Gotta play us a song though.
You have to sing a Christmas carol before you get there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Gordon Cacciati. If I pronounced that correct.
Gordon? There you go. Congratulations.
While she's picking the next winner, I just want to remind everybody that this event is going to be webinared through the Alzheimer's Society of York Region. I am sure Brandy, once it's officially up and running, will let all of you people that attend the center here know, and we as well will mention it to anybody that we know, because it really goes a long way in spreading the word of, good advocacy, safety, and awareness of this diagnosis.
Okay,
Excellent.
okay, ready?
Ready.
Okay, Pat Jones.
Congratulations.
I'll meet you halfway.
There you go. Here we go.
That
is.
So all of these gifts were donated by exhibitors that we have today, and I just want to point out that, you're familiar with probably York Regional Police, but Silver Lining Advisors, she has a real inside pulse on what's going on in the community in terms of homes and places to live. And so if you get a chance to visit with Peg, we invited Maya Creative Arts Services. So if you're interested in music programs of any sort, she runs an art program online for caregivers, and invited our people to it as one time. And don't forget Central Health Line. I'm going to tell you that's the Amazon of health services. They have over 1,800 health services listed on the website, on the Central Health Line, and they update them every year. So for the most part, the links or the contacts you get are fairly active. And just finally, I want to remind you about Heart at Home. We talked about eating well. And I know that sometimes the first thing to go when you're tired are the meals. And so it can happen just in being a senior or eating alone. Don't hesitate to go to Heart at Home meals and see what they might offer up. I'll let Chantel make the announcement of the next winner.
The next one, Nancy McCrimmon. Congratulations, Nancy. Come on up. Oh, Here it out. Is it this one? I guess so.
Here we go.
And the flowers here are gonna go to Percy S. Percy S. Percy S.
I'm trying to call my number. What am I going to do with this one? Yeah.
So before we introduce our next presenters, I just want to remind everybody, or point a finger over there to Tom Maracus, our mayor. He's here for the day to listen, learn, and enjoy. So please take a photo with him, tell him how much you enjoyed it. Okay. So, well, now we're going to introduce our safety team. Let's begin with York Regional Safety, Senior Safety. Today, the team will review frauds and scams because we really need to be constantly aware of these challenges. The team will also discuss safety tools that have helped families who care for loved ones with a dementia diagnosis. Please welcome Chantel and Carly from York Regional Police.
All right, welcome everybody. I'm just gonna get my mic adjusted here. If you can't hear me, put your hand up at the back so I can see. How are we? We're good?
No need to yell? Okay. So my name's Carly Nesbitt. I'm a police officer with York Regional Police, and I am currently working in the senior safety unit. And today we're going to talk about some personal safety, frauds and scams, and some crime prevention tips. This is our senior safety team. Consists of 2 police officers and our social worker, Chantel Bennett, who you're going to meet shortly. My partner isn't with us today. Her name is Erin Brown. I'm sure some of you recognize her. She's been in the unit for a few years now and has done probably lots of presentations here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to do a sound check for myself as well. Please raise your hands if you cannot hear me. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to be talking to you about some of the tools and the resources that we have within York Regional Police that I think is very important to be aware of. The first one is called our Vulnerable Person ID card. For those of you who might not be aware, Carly and I have a table at the back, so please do come and visit. We do have the Vulnerable Person ID cards back there for you to look at and take if you find useful. So at times, it is not uncommon when officers are engaged with a member of the public for them not to have identification on them. The idea behind the Vulnerable Person ID card is it's a fillable, tangible tool that can be kept in the purse, the wallet, the backpack, and it has helpful information and emergency information about that individual, such as any health conditions they might have, who their emergency contact is at times as well. Because what we were finding is that in some situations, a person might be having some challenges in being able to communicate their special need. So this vulnerable person identification card does speak to it and is very compact and something that you can easily travel with. The next program that I'm going to be talking about is our Vulnerable Person Registry. With a raise of hands, how many people have heard of this program? I love it. I love it. Okay, so for those of you who are not as familiar, this is a program for individuals who have a health condition, a medical condition, where they're more likely to have contact with a first responder, like police, paramedics, or fire services. This is an opportunity for you, for caregivers, for individuals themselves to share helpful information with our first responder in the event there's ever an emergency situation. So for instance, we have participants on this program who might have visual, hearing, or cognitive impairments. And in the event of an emergency, it's an opportunity for caregivers to write specific details about that person. So for instance, please speak louder. This is what medications I might be in. I might have a tendency to forget XYZ. This is something that the officers can then incorporate and be able to provide more of a person-centered approach. It is completely voluntary, and plus it's completely free, which I love. So I'm sharing this information for you. If this is something that you might be interested in registering for, all of our applications are available online. You can also email us at vpr@yrp.ca, and I'd be happy to send you some additional information to consider about it. The next program I'm going to be talking to you about is Project Lifesaver. I'm going to do the same thing here. With a raise of hands, how many of you have heard about Project Lifesaver? I love this. Thank you, table. I love it. I love it. So Project Lifesaver is a program specifically for individuals who have a tendency to go missing. This is a bracelet that they would wear, and each bracelet has a radio frequency device that would allow our officers to be able to help locate the individual up to about 1.5 to 2 kilometers. So it is something that does need to be worn all the time. It is water resistant. As you can see, it's about the same size of a watch or like an Apple Watch, but it does need to be worn all the time. So we like to say that in the event of an emergency, we encourage caregivers to do a quick search, but please do not let more than 10 minutes go by before calling 911. It is essential that we get there as soon as possible to begin the search. But by knowing the person is on the program, it helps to expedite the search. It doesn't take away regular search and rescue procedures, but it does allow us to help locate the individual faster because that person is a member of the program. So at this point in time, I'm going to pass it back to Carly, but I will say this one more thing. If you're interested in the Project Lifesaver program, we do have brochures in the back as well. And you can also contact me. My phone number will be at the end of the presentation. You can also email Project Lifesaver as spelled at the top there at yrp.ca. All right, so now I'll pass it back to my friend Carly.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what does senior safety do? Did anybody know we had a social worker
Yes.
working in senior safety for York Regional Police? We have a few actually. We have some in mental health, senior safety, human trafficking. So we're not an investigative unit, we're a support unit. So as officers, essentially we provide a critical eye on incidents for people over the age of 65. Sometimes a little younger, depending. So we're not YRP elder abuse investigators. We've all taken the same training. However, all of our elder abuse investigators are spread out across the region in each district. So essentially, if a call were to come in for some sort of elder abuse call, uniform would go take the report, or you could report it through our call diversion unit. Then it would go to our criminal investigations bureau and sent to a elder abuse investigator. So we also work very closely with victim services of York Region. We provide referrals to them, they provide referrals to us. We work in the same building, and we have lots of phone consultations. I feel like I am on the phone constantly sometimes when it's an office day, but they're very helpful, and you could call in about anyone or anything yourself. If it's related to a senior, maybe experiencing a cognitive issue or possibly frauds and scams, elder abuse, all of it. We'll talk about it and we'll give you direction on where to go. And if it needs to be investigated, we'll help you get to that point with reporting. So we also do presentations, we do crime prevention, we do, like I said, elder abuse and frauds and scams. And we also do a senior safety bingo. It's actually, I've never done it before. I think Chantel has participated.
I participated, it's so fun.
Yes, so, yes. So basically, if an organization or a group would like us to come present, they would reach us at seniorsafety@yrp.ca. You'll get all the information. And essentially put in a form and check off what kind of presentation they want, and we'll make arrangements to come out. We do online presentations as well, just in case your group isn't as mobile. Home visits, these are my favorite. We actually get to go out in the community as long as we're given consent by the individual. Generally, if somebody is struggling, we bring Chantel along with us, and she works her magic. But essentially, we try to see what the person could use support-wise and try to encourage them to get supports. And we do community events such as this. So I think everybody probably knows this here, that our population for seniors has now outgrown our youth. And by 2031, it's going to be 21% of seniors in the region. So these are very important topics that we're going to talk about. So we're going to start off with talking about scams and our top scams. So we have our Canada Revenue Agency, emergency grandparent scams, romance scams. Everybody laughs. I guess that every time you're going to feel bad Contractor scams, confidence baking, investment scams, phishing emails. Then we're going to go into distraction thefts. We might even have a little performance for you. So just stay seated. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I'm not used to being behind a podium. I usually pace back and forth, so I find this weird. But I'm probably going to trip over all these wires. So I'm going to stay put, but I might be a little fidgety. So just like bear with me. And if I forget what I'm saying, I mean, it happens, right? Yeah, okay. All right, we're good? Okay. So emergency scams. So these are the ones where people are calling you that a loved one has been involved in. It could be an impaired arrest, it could be drugs, it could be guns. Just to give an example, my grandmother's 96 years old. She lives alone. She's very independent. She has more plans than I do every day, so she has to schedule people in. She's very popular. So she got a call. And actually the call was about me, saying that Carly has been arrested for drugs. So I'm like, okay, listening to my aunt, she called me. And I'm like, okay, she didn't fall for it, right? No, but she almost did. Thankfully, she got off the phone. She called my aunt to confirm information. And my aunt said, no, like Carly's at work. Maybe arresting somebody with drugs. Not doing them. So that's just an example. Information that they get your names from. Obituaries are big. A lot of people post them online. So that's how they know, okay, Carly's your granddaughter. My grandfather's obituary was posted online. Okay? Facebook, all of it, Instagram, anything you put out into the world, it is there to stay. And we're going to continue to talk about this. One thing we talk about with these emergency scams is coming up with a code word with your family. Whatever you want it to be. It could be orange, blue, whatever. That way, when the scammer calls, you can say, okay, well, what's my family code word? And if they don't know it, click. But yeah, lots of different threats being used. We're not going to call you about an adult ever and provide those type of details. As for a gag order, pregnant women, sometimes they pretend they're lawyers, all sorts of different stuff. But just remember the code word, and we're going to talk about confirming information and just not picking up phone numbers or phone calls that we don't know. Romance scams. So again, I always get the little laughs here. They're awful. I've had a few. I had one woman lose her house. She's homeless now and lives in a shelter. $160,000 gone. That's just something little in our region. We've had much, much worse, unfortunately. But you have to think about the vulnerability. People who are lonely, people that don't have family. We come across, most of the people we come across where we do a home visit, a lot of the times they're alone. And it's sad. So just think about maybe you haven't had a loved one for several years or ever. You get on social media, that message pops up and you're like, oh, friendly person to talk to. And they're pulling on all your heartstrings, right? There's a big victim mentality to it. A lot of times I have seen people throw themselves deeper because they cannot fathom that what is happening is a scam. Yes, so they don't always appear as romance scams though. They can also be friendship scams too. So essentially the warning signs, people profess their love to you very quickly. Like I said, they pull on your heartstrings. You don't ever see them. They always make excuses. They tell you not to tell your family, right? And like I said, not always romantic, it can be friendship based too. Just to lighten it a little bit, I actually had a son call me once to say that his mom won't leave the scammer alone. And the scammer is telling her to leave him alone. It's like, yeah, it was a good one. Yeah. But the scammer didn't fail to report it. So. Contractor scams. These are high tactic scams with lots of pressure. If people are coming to your house to offer you services that seem too good to be true, they're likely too good to be true. Especially in today's day and age, right? With the economy the way it is, not many people are handing out deals. So for this stuff, it's really important to read the fine print if there's a contract. Also using your Visa card to make the purchase instead of cash. Once the cash is given, it's gone. Same with check. The check, you're providing your personal information to them, has your bank information on it, right? And you're also using your signature. So do your homework, right? If you're going to hire somebody to do work at your house, do your homework, talk to your people, call the Better Business Bureau to see if they're a reputable company. There's a lot of things that you can protect yourself on as well. And at the end there, it says never pay in full. So that's another option. A lot of times they'll come and they'll get their deposit and you'll never see them again. Investment scams, kind of, you'll see that everything has like the similarities, right? So high pressure tactics, they're trying to sell you something, they want your investment. This has like also gotten out of control here. I've seen so many people get scammed out of their life savings because it seems too good to be true, right? And if they're posing as a Canadian company right now, that's an even bigger, you know, yeah, you guys get what I mean, right?
Yes.
Yep, we're good. Okay. So unsolicited investment opportunities, payment of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is not regulated by the bank. It's really hard to trace. I would be very, very careful if you're investing with crypto or Bitcoin, just because of not being able to trace it. This next one we're going to talk about here is phishing scams. So it's a common tactic that cyber criminal use to steal personal and financial information for you. And it kind of sounds just how it is, like phishing, right? Like, oh, you're fishing. Definitely didn't catch anything. And they're throwing out the bait and they're reeling you in, right? It's, again, seems too good to be true. And they're also really mean. Good.
Phishing is when a cyber criminal poses as a legitimate organization to try and lure you into providing sensitive data. Sometimes they send you an email or call you asking for your banking or credit card numbers, even your usernames and passwords. This information is then used to access important accounts and can result in identity theft and financial loss. When this is done over SMS text messages, it's referred to as smishing. Here are some of the tactics that might be used by somebody trying to phish or smish you. They might try to scare you by saying your information has already been compromised or threaten to close your account, fine you, or even take legal action if you don't respond. On the other end of the spectrum, some messages will make it seem like you're being rewarded, receiving inheritance from a long-lost relative, winning a contest you've never entered, or getting a refund for something you didn't purchase. Whether they're playing good cop or bad cop, there will often be a sense of urgency to phishing requests. To encourage action without thinking, phishers will often give tight deadlines. No matter the tactic, here are some ways to tell if the messages you receive are actually phishing attempts. Phishing messages can be impersonal, addressing you as sir or madam instead of using your name. They're more likely to have spelling and grammar mistakes or unprofessional graphics than legitimate organizations. They'll also come from a domain unrelated to the company they're pretending to be from. So double check the address when you receive an email by hovering over it with your mouse. Unfortunately, there are fewer clues when it comes to smishing. The best way to determine if a text is fraudulent is just to ask yourself, would this organization be texting me and asking me to take action? In most cases, the answer is no. In fact, stopping and asking yourself that question is a great way to protect yourself from all forms of phishing. If you're still not sure, get in touch with the organization by using the contact information on their official website. If there's really a problem, they'll let you know. Legitimate organizations don't usually ask you to verify or provide confidential information in an unsolicited email or text. Phishing scams are on the rise, but follow these tips and you'll be sure not to take the bait.
Anybody have any questions so far?
Yeah, so.
Oh boy, here we go. All right. You first.
If you can say a word about the app, what 3 words, and how that would be different than Project Lifesaver. And what 3 words I've heard will, you can contact the police through that. Can you talk about that a little bit? Words.
I'm not 100% sure, but
Of what 3 words?
I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
If there is an app called what 3
Okay.
words?
Yep.
And I'm going to get very familiar.
I am not familiar. Are you?
No. Okay.
I'm not familiar with that. What is it for?
I was told that the police could use that in situation locally.
That's Project Lifesaver.
No, this
No?
it's a different one.
Oh.
It's a different, it's an
I don't
app.
think
Yeah,
that you put so that they can find you with your phone,
yeah.
because
They can
people are
find
on
you.
one phone.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read it because I'm
3 words.
not quite sure about this. So it's the simplest way to talk about location. Street addresses aren't accurate enough to specify precise locations,
Yes.
such as building entrances, and don't exist for parks in many rural areas. This makes it hard to find places and prevents people from describing exactly where help is in an emergency. That's why we created what 3 words. So it is a free app. You can download it.
Yeah.
That's something that.
I can add.
Yeah.
I heard about it vaguely.
So sorry.
So with apps and with GPS technologies, for instance, even using like an AirTag is another popular one that a lot of people tend to use. There's nothing necessarily wrong about it. It's just that it does have certain limitations to be aware of. So for instance, if the person is underground, imagine going underground with your car, that the reception is not going to be as strong. So it's just to have another option. But it's important to be aware of the pros and cons for every. Oh,
I have a very loud voice. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Everybody?
thank you.
Project Lifesaver is very important because it's on the person who's having a missing incident. And the police can start to look for it, the person, right away. 3 apps will just, if you call in on your phone and say, I'm here, help and find me, that's what that's for. So the Project Lifesaver is vitally important. I've worked with the Alzheimer Society and I've had a lot of clients who use it and they've been able to find them quickly and avoid a crisis. So there's a difference between the 2.
Yeah.
Is that helpful?
Oh, thank you for bringing that up because really all of it helps, right? I mean, any measures that you can put in place, and if anybody else knows anything, feel free to say. I'm just going to move on and we'll save the other questions for the end just because we have to get to our demonstration. So how to avoid being scammed? So just kind of same theme here, verifying the information, doing your homework, not picking up phone calls that you don't recognize. I actually had someone who said, well, I don't think that's right that you should be telling people that. If someone really needs to get a hold of you, they're likely going to leave you a message, right? So you can check the voicemail after. That's what I do. Or they're going to continue to call and call and call and call and call. So my suggestion is if you don't know who it is, don't pick it up. You don't need to be talking to people we don't know. Does anybody have a home phone here, a home line? Okay, all right. This is an interesting one. Delayed disconnect. So I'm going to give you an example. So someone, RBC calls you. You pick up the phone and it literally says RBC on your phone. It has the number. We'll talk about that after. And you're like, yeah, something seems odd here. I'm going to verify the information. So you're like, you know what? I'm going to call the bank back. You hang up. The scammer can stay on the line for another 10 seconds after you hang up the phone. So, seconds.
Oh my gosh.
10 minutes. Minutes. Yeah. 10 minutes. Home line only. Thank you for the correction. So, it's very important to keep in mind when you go to verify that information, Are they still there, right? I don't know. Wait 11 minutes, call on your cell phone, go into the bank. That's what we do suggest. If your bank's calling you and there's an issue, go in and talk to somebody. Because it's the safest, you know, that you're talking to someone, a trusted employee, right? So, not giving cash or checks, like I said, once you give someone cash, it's gone, check, you're giving personal information as well. And never giving anyone access to your computer unless you know them or personally trust them. That's where password protection is going to come into play, and making sure that you have an appropriate password that's not using, you know, family names, pet names, something that somebody cannot guess. And a lot of the sites I find now that if you don't have a strong enough password, it kind of tells you, right? So if they're saying that, they've picked up some sort of algorithm, I'm going to assume, and you should probably change it. Gift cards, a lot of scammers will request gift cards and they ask for the numbers. Pretty much once that gift card is purchased and the number is given, it's nearly impossible to trace. So again, if somebody is asking you for gift cards, that's an indication that, you know, why is this person reaching out for gift cards, right? If they're pretending to be your friend or a loved one or whatever. And if you guys ever have any questions, you just call us. We are here to answer anything you need, whether it is calling communications, whether it is calling our unit, whether it's seeing a police officer on the street or going into a station. We are always happy to answer anybody's questions to help keep people safe. And if you're a victim, contact your bank, your Visa cards, whatever. Obviously contacting the York Regional Police. An officer will attend or follow up by phone call. We generally get involved after that first contact has happened. Sometimes not if it has taken a while, and we just call to check in, have a conversation. Maybe you're in need of emotional support. We see a lot of shame and guilt, embarrassment after frauds. So we really try to support the person, whether it's sending a referral up to victim services, maybe for emotional support. But yeah, notifying everybody, you know, power is knowledge. If you've been scammed, it's important to let people know. And then contacting the appropriate services. So Equifax, TransUnion Canada, and the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center is going to be your best resources for finding out the most current frauds and scams. They collect everything and they disseminate it on their website, and they have everything that you could think of on there, which is why it's important to report. We talked a little bit about password protection. Just going to kind of go over that. And just talking about when you're out and about. So we're done with the frauds and scams, and just talk about not letting yourself get distracted. I think that's probably the biggest thing to take out of this, is being aware of your surroundings and not letting yourself be distracted by things around you and people, especially if you don't know them. And traveling in well-lit areas, if you're going for a walk, ensuring you're telling your loved ones where you're going, and maybe for how long, carrying a cell phone, a noisemaker, and avoid headsets. A lot of people are listening to music, podcasts, whatever. Take one out. That way you can hear, right? If you're walking down a path and a cyclist isn't paying attention, it's important for anything, right? Like, yeah. And if you see anything suspicious, we will always go to a suspicious person call, suspicious vehicle, and we will investigate it. Depending on priority, we have to keep in mind what comes first, but we will get there. Vehicle safety, so just some small things. As officers, we're taught to do a circle check before and after our shift, and we're checking to see if there's any damage. We're checking our fluids, we're checking our gas. You don't want to run out of gas in a pursuit. That would be really embarrassing. Yeah, so you're checking everything. And when you're approaching your vehicle, making sure you're not having a ton of stuff in your hands, maybe just your keys, your wallet. That way you're not being distracted, fumbling while you're getting into your car. Okay, this one's a little scary. I forgot to warn you. My apologies. Carjackings, few and far between, but important to talk about. It's when somebody has taken your car with force. We don't see them very often. However, it's important to know that if you tell The carjacker, let's say somebody's in the back, maybe you have a pet or a child, maybe a spouse, but maybe you want to leave them there. In many cases, carjackers will, they just want your car, and it's property, okay? We're talking about property. Yes, ma'am.
I have heard that, if you click your keys to open your car automatically, if someone is nearby and wants your car, they might be able to copy your cards.
I know that there's a lot of devices that are being used. I know there's devices that you can walk right up to the vehicle and it will unlock. Yes.
I generally just, if I'm in a plaza, I lock my car manually from the
Yes,
door.
and when we're at gas stations too, pumping gas, lock those doors because someone could come out the other side, right? Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so distraction deaths. We are seeing these everywhere right now. Chantel here, she is out grocery shopping.
Wait, they get our volunteer.
Oh, right.
Sharon.
Sharon, come on up.
Sharon has a special name. Sharon, did you say? Sticky Finger Sharon.
Sticky Finger Sharon. All right. Sticky Finger Sharon is gonna leave her purse in a cart. And then, okay. So this is actually.
Can everybody see me?
Can everybody see?
All right, pretend that this is a grocery cart.
Imaginations.
All right, here we go.
All right, she's just walking around, shopping, she's listening to her music, not paying any attention at all. In her own little world, Sticky Finger Sharon takes that purse and she didn't even realize it was gone.
Yeah.
We're not leaving our purses in the cart, okay? I actually watched a recent TikTok video where they had Chantel has a similar purse with the buckle, and they were telling people to buckle it up in the cart so it wouldn't fall out. And I'm like, no, on your person, okay? Now we're going to give an example of Chantel paying attention, wearing her bag appropriately, okay? She's got one earbud out. You got both earbuds?
They're both out.
They're both out now.
And my purse is around me, so it's closer to my body, and that way it's harder for someone to take. All right, here we go. Even with sticky fingers. Thank you.
Yes, so distraction deaths, they are on the rise. They're happening in long-term care home parking lots, retirement home parking lots, everywhere. They will come up to on your driveway. We have the necklace swappers, okay? That's very popular as well. Essentially, the person will come up to you, they'll be talking all sorts of different things to distract you, get really close and say, oh, I have some nice jewelry for you. You go to put it on and they take your necklace off and they're gone. They generally work in pairs and there's generally a vehicle involved to take them away. So if we have nice necklaces and jewelry, maybe we put them inside our shirts. Somebody here was wearing a scarf to hide that. I really like that. She's at the back there, very smart. But yes, it's important because people will invade your space. And if anybody gets that close to you, it's a problem, right? We want to keep people out of our bubble. So, crime map. This is available on our York Regional Police website. Community safety data portal. You can go on here and put in your location and there's numerous different offenses. This is just random. And it's all separated, so you can kind of see. You can't see the details, but you can see where it's happening. If you want to do that, you can to see what's happening in your neighborhood. However, it might cause you more anxiety. It doesn't mean that crime is skyrocketing. However, leave it up to us to figure it out, right? But it's also another avenue to see what's happening. Our security camera registry, we're really pushing this right now. We're trying to get people to register their cameras with us. It doesn't mean we can access them. It only means that if there was a crime that happens in your neighborhood, essentially, if you register your camera with us, we could call you, say, hey, do you have footage from this time to this time? And it's helpful for everybody, right? It's helpful for you and your neighbors. It's helpful for the police to catch the person. So that's another great registry that we offer. Options when to call 911. Any life or death situation, anytime you feel unsafe. We're not going to get you in huge trouble if you call 911 when you should have called a non-emergency. Happens. However, think, okay, what is happening here? I'm afraid for my safety. I need to call police. Don't call your family. Non-emergency for York Regional Police is up here, and Crime Stoppers. Sometimes we have people report things through Crime Stoppers, even to senior safety, to remain anonymous. That they don't want the person to know that they've called police. Any questions? Anybody? Well, it's okay. I'm gonna go with you.
The contractor scam.
Yes.
We all have people ringing our doorbells.
Mm-hmm.
What is legal soliciting and what is illegal?
Well, someone is allowed to come up to your door and ring your bell. However, if you have asked them to leave because you no longer want them there, they have to leave. It's trespassing.
But all organizations can come to your door?
Yes. Yep. If you think it's a sketchy organization, you can always call the non-emergency number afterwards. That's the best. That way we know what's happening, right? We actually have gotten quite a few calls for people, even bell people, phone people in the area, Rogers, where someone finds it suspicious that they're going door to door. So we don't mind checking it out. Yes.
Charity comes to the door.
Pardon me?
At a charity. I've had people come and
Yep.
visit kids' hospital.
Yes.
So on, and I just say, I will not open the door. However, I used to be coordinator for the Kidney Foundation years ago, and that's how they got their money.
Right.
Was door to door.
Right.
And it was legit.
Right. So that's another thing to go back on, is confirming information, right? You're allowed to ask people questions that are on your doorstep. And if they don't like it, they can leave. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't know how it happens, so apparently that on three basis. So let's say I'm driving, right, so someone hit my car.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get up on the car and then someone, the car.
So we have, someone brought that up to us today. And we talked about what to do if you're in an accident, because you've heard about this and now you're afraid. So essentially what she is saying is that you've been involved in a car accident, maybe someone rear ends you, you go to get out of your car to address them and they take your car. I would suggest not getting out of your car, locking your doors and calling the police. If you are afraid for your safety and you can articulate it, drive away. Go to the nearest parking lot, call police. This is what has happened. But if you feel uncomfortable, just stay in your car and lock it. Wait for police to get there.
Well, how about someone should have the hit them?
Mm-hmm. Oh, the insurance, the scams. Yeah, that does happen. Yes. You probably wouldn't know, right? If generally most people don't know that they're being scammed from like a rear end accident or whatever, but we investigate. So if you suspected that is happening, it would be important information to tell the police officer who has come to help. Yeah. Yes.
Is there any way to prevent this? Years ago, there was a, my fence parked legally, and someone ran into it and demolished it. So, tow truck drivers arrived right away, and they were told where to drive it in the garage in our auto shop. But they drove somewhere in Mississauga and we couldn't get it out.
Yeah, so that's another issue with using tow trucks.
Oh, wow.
So as officers, when we're investigating an accident, we are not allowed to tell you what option to choose to get your car away from the accident. We will tell you 3 options. You can use a tow of your choice, right? As long as they come in a timely fashion to get the car off the road. You can use a tow that's on scene, or you could use one of our contract tows. I'm not gonna say the most popular answer, but be very, very careful.
I have a question going back to, what's probably before this one, sorry, now I'm blanking on it.
Distraction steps?
Yeah, oh, if you get rear-ended, right, and you stay in your car, it's not really like a big emergency life-threatening situation, do you call 911 or do you call the non-life?
Non-emergency, but however, if you're on a live way and you're blocking traffic and things are starting to build up, there's nothing wrong with calling 911. Because it's gonna prevent further accidents and issues.
So it'd be better to call 911 than that?
It depends on the situation and how you're feeling. Yeah, no worries.
Can I just ask you, I'm sorry, I think you mentioned the crime map or the safety something portal.
Right here.
I missed, data.
Community Safety Data Portal. It is on our website.
Thank you.
No problem. I think our child.
We have a friend that was hit behind on a roadway.
Okay.
And she did not get out of her car. And the guy backed up and drove around her and she followed him and took a picture of his car. And then she stopped with a plate and then she stopped and called the police.
Yeah, careful. It's property, right? And let the police do their job.
Yeah.
Because that's when stuff goes sideways, right? You don't have use of force to protect yourself. You don't have training to protect yourself. Maybe you do, but it's best to let us handle the investigation.
But there was some damage to her car, not a lot, but so it was all looked after by the police department.
See.
Yeah, so it was good.
Good. Thank you, Sticky Finger Sharon, for your help. We appreciate it without anyways.
Your Oscar will deliver.
But yes, thanks everybody for listening, and we have our senior safety pamphlets at the back at the table, and it has all of our information on it, so come and talk to us.
Good job.
Thank you.
So thank you, Chantal and Carly. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you for making us aware of what is out there. Safety is really prevention, so we need to take heed of what has been told, said to us today. So let's take a quick 15-minute break and regroup at 1:30 for our keynote speaker. Thank you.
You have masters.
Yeah.
Likely sort of engagement is a little experience trying to get in the country. So the different types of it, that's there, just as one has to be radical. Then you got the There are. We don't know what's gonna happen. Every time there's a new boss and then you offer. You can really bring it up. Well, the society is, I mean, yeah. In terms of values, especially because it's hard to those four and those not as much as they think. It's a little bit sort of freaky, from the. And there is a lot of. The government is trying to regularize, a lot of people work they are not necessarily like socially. The unions don't necessarily have a preference, this is what I don't. A regular so you can recognize but there is other type of programming going on that we don't watch that the government it did like economically the people are better now than they were 2 years ago. So that is sort of problem. But it's still in your how long that's.
Yeah, that's always been a problem. It's always been. I think that raising.
The lights ways and yeah, it's people are very helpful.
Well, they convert someone else. It's hard to understand.
Well, what happens is that, I don't know, I'm speaking about it. Oh, no, it's not easy.
Be on this screen.
Teamwork. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry to interrupt your thoughts.
It's all right. Talk about this. It's always good. No.
Internationally.
He's from Argentina. He's talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I do both.
China.
That's
in Chile. That's in Chile, right?
Okay.
Just wanted to see our presenter is on.
Hanging out of the windows.
You. I love my pearls. I don't see, do you see? Oh, there he is.
How to talk. Do you just make him a panelist then? Does that mean he's a speaker?
Okay. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Okay. Audio setting. Hold on, I can't hear you, so.
Oops, hang on, okay. Maybe it's my audio setting. Says it should be working.
We're getting there. We're starting to be able to hear you. Okay, do you want to?
Testing? Yeah, can you hear me now? I have a separate microphone I'm using. If it's a problem, I can get rid of it, but.
Can you make none of the speaker?
So we're gonna have to get you. Sorry, just a second, Dr. Power.
Sure, sure. Take
The
time.
audio. Where's Bill?
So try right at the top here where it says speakers. Click down and let's see if we can get you.
Okay, is this better?
We're trying to get you connected through the speakers that are set up here. That the room, we've got about 100 people here.
Okay.
Bill, and then we'll move it closer and pin him. Okay,
so
we get it through these.
Yeah, we're just trying to get you through our side speakers so that the room can hear you.
Okay.
Sorry, we'll
No trouble.
Absolutely. Someone's got to do it. You'll not see it. Harris? Yes.
You know, so where they yeah.
Aging requirement. So.
Here comes the wonderful Bill to help us with the audio.
Yes, sir.
So we don't have the sound through these speakers. So don't connect to my computer.
See.
Very slow, like showing 30K.
There?
No, I even steals and like. Goes all the way to the day.
Oh.
That's nice.
Dr. Power, can you speak again, please?
Okay, testing. Am I coming through?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet, but you can hear me on your laptop, right?
Computer, please go right ahead.
Should have it.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing.
Yeah, can you hear him there? Okay.
Okay, testing. Yeah.
Now you're plugged into the headphone jack. So your sound settings are set differently. So we need to adjust your sound settings. Just a second here. It's not plugged into your right here. We need system and we need sound. And we need to send it to, that's what I'm wondering if it goes to some. Are you there?
Yes.
Dr. Power, can you speak?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Testing.
You should be on.
Okay.
Why is this not? Where's your headphone jack listed here?
You know what?
You should have your headphone jack.
Testing, testing.
I'm out. I'm gonna make some more sound settings. I don't see a thing that directs it to your headphone jack. That is the headphone jack you're into, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What the heck is going on here? Why is it not going out where it's supposed to be? You should be going to your output volume. Where is your direction to your headphones?
I never use it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Should be right here. Somewhere. Sending it to your headphones. Send it from the speakers to the headphones. Audio. Use this direction. Audio. Set DC. That's correct. What the heck's going on with this computer? Let's try here. Hang on. Audio, default audio. What the heck is going on? Why is it not going to your output to your headphones? This is confusing.
Good afternoon. I'm just wondering if I can ask everybody to come back to their seats.
Real touch sound. I've never seen this before. Rate channels to one. Choose for speaking and recording. Choose a device for speaking and recording. It's not here. It won't. It's not going out to your. I don't see any setting for your headphones.
Not a device.
Yeah, but it should come up.
It's built into the speaker, right? So it should come up as that.
Yeah, it should.
It's part of the system, right?
Yeah.
Is there any kind of like yeah, is there any kind of like HDMI cable that would get the sound up there?
To the speakers. This is really. This is really not good. I'm really not coming with the speakers. Left and right analog jack. That's that one. And second output.
Test, 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 test. Second output. Testing.
I don't know.
Maybe a problem with the jack.
It's not going to the headphone jack.
Worst comes to worst, you could do the microphone by the computer, I suppose.
Maybe it's a Zoom setting.
Maybe.
Same as system microphone. Can we hear him now?
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Still stuck on this doggone thing. It won't go to the microphone. I don't know what we're going to do here.
Let me just try one thing, okay? Let me switch my mic and see if it makes any difference. I don't know why it would, but let me do it anyway.
Where?
Okay, now how about if I speak like this? Does that make a difference?
Output volume.
Make a difference? Is that any better?
No, still can't hear
No.
you on our speakers.
So it's not my mic then, okay.
No. It's something with this computer. It won't broadcast out. Which is the default? They've got text speakers output. Same as system for the microphone, that's fine. Input, output, speaker, audio, real text, second. High definition audio. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. Just turn it off for a second. Okay.
My pleasure.
Okay.
It's like very helpful. It's like when you saw it. Well, I told the
Back on. All right, here, let's try this.
Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
All right, you might want to bring your volume up a little bit though.
Okay, testing, testing.
Yeah, we got you.
Testing, yay!
Okay. Your volume, you can do it, should be able to do it down there.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
We're good? All right.
Dr. Power, do you want to share your presentation?
I'm happy to.
We do a brief introduction. I just went while your introduction. Great. Thank you, Dr. Power. You're good to go.
You bet. You want me to go ahead and start?
No, we'd like to do a brief introduction.
Okay, fair enough. I can't see it now, so okay, go ahead.
Just want to confirm that we are very excited to have Dr. Ellen Power, our keynote speaker today. As mentioned in our flyer, Dr. Power is an MD, medical internist, and a gerontologist. He is the Schlegel Chair in Aging and Dementia Innovation at the Schlegel University and Waterloo Research Institute for Aging in Ontario. He is also an acclaimed author of 2 books, Dementia Beyond Drugs and Dementia Beyond the Disease. Dr. Power is also an international educator on transformational models of care for older adults, and particularly those living with changing cognitive abilities. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Power.
Thank you, everybody. It's great to be here, at least virtually with you. I'm glad we got things settled so that you can hear me okay. I appreciate the invitation to speak. And speaking with Mona and the organizers, a couple things came up. This is a wellness fair, and so people wanted to hear about my well-being framework for helping support people living with a dementia diagnosis, and also because safety awareness has been highlighted. I was also asked to make some comments, particularly along the lines of how I talk about safety, how I talk about balancing choice and risk for people living with dementia. So it's a quick hour. I'm going to try to cover those at least at high level as best I can, and hopefully leave a little bit of time for discussion afterward. I'm going to start by just going to this first quote by Marcel Proust and letting you read that over while I just make a couple introductory comments. I have spent the last 20 to 25 years trying to change the way we look at dementia, change the way we see people living with dementia, and change the way we support them. And you might ask, why go to that trouble? I think because I feel like what we have done traditionally has not worked very well. We have talked a lot about the distress that people experience with dementia. We have talked a lot about the dangers of antipsychotic medications and other medications for people who appear to be distressed, who appear to be doing things that we don't understand. And we've had a lot of initiatives from governments, from ministries to reduce the medications, to come up with other solutions, non-pharmacological solutions. But from what I've seen, I don't think we have made a ton of progress. And I think that, whenever there's a issue with something that you do not working over and over again, then you have to look at things differently. So I think this quote encapsulates what I've done, is to try to look at a very old disease with new eyes. So we're going to be talking a lot about reframing dementia and maybe even reframing safety a little bit during the next hour. So what do we mean by reframing? Well, it's not that anything new is being invented here. And it's not denying that there is real brain disease or real brain injury behind different causes of dementia, but it's looking at the condition through different eyes, as Marcel Proust said, and just expanding our view beyond narrow structures, rules, and approaches. This will emphasize the importance of learning from the people who live with the condition, who are, in my mind, are the only true experts in dementia, because the rest of us don't know what it's like to live with a changing brain, and to try to appreciate each person's unique perspective. In doing so, we can not only find new solutions, but our insights will challenge a lot of long-held views, and you're going to hear some of those challenges today. So buckle your seatbelts, and we'll move on. There's a lot of traditional dementia education out there. Probably everybody in the room has been through some sort of course on dementia. I have, certainly many times. And I find that while it gives good basic information about the medical conditions behind dementia, it doesn't always leave us in a better place to give the support we need to give. And the brain's incredibly complex. Some people think there may be 100 trillion nerve connections. That's more than stars in the known universe. And of course, people are individual, complex, unique. And the usual medical information shared tells us a lot about dementia, but it doesn't tell us anything about any individual person, or maybe about what their strengths and needs and choices are. And the usual information often does not truly guide us to help people live better today. And that's really what all of us are trying to do if we're not out there trying to invent another drug. Furthermore, I think if you view dementia too narrowly through biomedical disease, through deficits, through decline, you actually can have negative effects on people living with the diagnosis, and by extension, those who support them as well. So I'm going to give you a few examples of that. First of all, there are a lot of myths and stigmas about dementia, things that people believe, that society sometimes even promotes, that are not necessarily true. And I think that if you only see dementia through loss, through deficits, through decline, those myths and stigmas actually become more powerful. They become inflated by that kind of focus on what's wrong with people. Even though we know everybody is unique and we talk about it, we do tend to lump people and talk about dementia care, dementia housing, dementia programming, which really doesn't see individuals. And because we focus so much on brain disease, whenever people are not doing well, we try to find another pill to give them. And that's why if we think antipsychotics are bad, then often we give a different pill, thinking that that might do a better job, when it usually doesn't. When you only see what's wrong with people, it's very quick to disempower people, to take choices and abilities away from them long before they may need our help. And lastly, one of the biggest areas of fallout is how we view what has come to be known as people's behaviors, responsive behaviors, problem behaviors, however you want to term it. I don't particularly like any of those, and I don't think that these really are the result of dementia per se, which is very different from the common way of looking at this. And I'm going to spend a few minutes on those things as well. But just to look at these in a bit more detail. First of all, myths and stigmas. There are a lot of myths and stereotypes about people with dementia, which are not true. The people with dementia cannot make decisions. People with dementia are making decisions all the time. Even people that have severe memory loss, people that can no longer speak, are often indicating preferences in other ways. People with dementia can learn. They can grow as people. People with dementia do not become like children. We shouldn't be parenting our parents. They are fully formed, normal adults who are living with a cognitive disability. And people with dementia are not fading away. Their ability to connect with us, to do what they did before, may be changing, but the person is always right there. The biggest danger of fueling these myths and stigmas is what I would like to call self-fulfilling prophecies. It's a common term, It's used in a lot of different contexts. And basically, it means that if you expect less of somebody, you don't provide the kind of environment where they can do better. And then when they don't do better, it just fulfills your expectations that they weren't going to do well. And everybody who I know who lives with a diagnosis has stories of this. But one of my favorites is my good friend Kate Swaffer, who's from Adelaide, Australia. Kate was diagnosed in 2009. She was 48 years old, working as a nurse, taking care of 2 teenage boys, and going to school for a second degree. And she developed and acquired aphasia. She'd had a benign brain condition years before, and she thought, well, maybe it's related to that. She went to see a neurologist and was surprised when they were doing cognitive testing, and they ended up telling her that she had the early signs of dementia. Unfortunately, what they said to her was, you have a fatal disease. You need to stop doing all those things you're doing. They're too stressful. You need to go home and get your affairs in order. This to a working 48-year-old woman. And the doctor told her, unbelievably, you also should go to a long-term care home and attend one of their activities once a week to get used to it. So this is what Kate calls prescribed disengagement that we often get from physicians once that label of dementia hits. Kate was in a tailspin for a while until her university, to their credit, came to her and said, listen, you've got a cognitive disability. We'll give you accommodations, just like we give other people with other disabilities. So she went back, she finished her degree. She has since gone on. She speaks around the world. She's spoken at Alzheimer's Disease International, World Health Organization. She's published a couple of books and many papers, is working on a PhD. Now, I'm not here to say that everybody who's diagnosed with Alzheimer's or other form of dementia is going to go on to get a PhD. We know that some people do not do that well. But I think that this story should be a caution, because no matter what someone's ability is, if we expect less, we often deny them the ability to live more fully than they could otherwise. So I like to share Kate's story just to show how severe it can be. Stephen Sabat, researcher from Georgetown University in Washington, did a lot of studies and gave a talk where he talked about abilities often preserved into advanced dementia. Things like experiencing pride and maintaining dignity. And the flip side, experiencing shame and embarrassment if we don't respect people's dignity and humanity. Feeling concern for others, communicating feelings, if necessary with assistance from a facilitator or other aides, maintaining self-esteem and manifesting spiritual awareness, which many people feel they're able to do more readily when they're living with cognitive changes. But there are many other things that people with significant cognitive change can do. They can learn new information, both implicitly and explicitly, both subconsciously and through repetition. It can be done. People are able to access memories and language with different stimuli. A great documentary that you can find on Netflix is called Alive Inside, and it talks about using iPods with personalized music playlists for people with advanced dementia and how it reawakens their ability to speak, to remember, to engage by hearing music that was important in their lives. It somehow triggers other nerve connections that simple language and reminiscence don't trigger. People can read a book to a child. I've seen people with very low cognitive scores who can sit down at the piano and play a number of songs by ear and do it beautifully. Creating art. People who are good cooks, it's been found, can often teach a recipe as well as people without dementia. And while people can't always remember, they are great at creating stories. And Time Slips uses an improv type technique to help people sequentially create a story around a picture that is shared with a group of people. So there are many things people can do, and also people can teach others. The rest of us what it's like to live with dementia. Give input into their care plans, absolutely. Advise on dementia education programs. Lead and engage peer conversations. Give input in design and renovations. My friend Agnes Houston, who's been living with Alzheimer's for over a decade, will volunteer to go into long-term care homes and survey them through the eyes of a person with dementia to talk about the lighting, the sound, the wayfinding cues, etc., to let people know how the environment looks to her, not how it looks to surveyors or care staff. People can volunteer in the community and many, many other things. So we have to remember that even though there are deficits, there are also strengths. I want to spend a few minutes now talking about this whole idea of behaviors. And this is a very scary ad from about 60 years ago for the old antipsychotic drug Thorazine. It shows this very frightening looking man. And it says, tyrant in the house, Thorazine can control the agitated, belligerent, senile. Now, you might think that we've come a long way since then, but here's an ad for Rexulti from a couple of years ago. Hands that used to hold you are now hands that hit. Agitation with dementia, restlessness, hitting and screaming. So as you can see, we really haven't framed people with dementia differently in 6 decades when it comes to how we market these medications. So here's a bit of a quiz for you to work on, and I'm going to ask you if maybe we hold people living with dementia to a higher standard than we do ourselves. What you and I do often is walk, explore, get our Fitbits and do our steps, or if we don't like what's going on, we just get bored and leave. But if anyone with dementia does any of those things, they get labeled as wandering, eloping, exit seeking. You and I may get restless when forced into other people's daily rhythms, but when people with dementia get restless, then we have a label called sundowning. If there's time at the end, I can tell you about a couple of organizations, including one in Mississauga, that basically cured sundowning through operational changes. You and I may go to big box stores and shop in bulk to have extras, but the people with dementia take anything more than what they need at the moment, all of a sudden they are labeled hoarders. We have a range of emotions, angry, sad, anxious, frustrated. That's called being human. But if people with dementia do that, they have challenging behaviors. And it seems like a person with dementia can't ever have anything other than a placid demeanor without somebody having to report on it or chart on it or do something about it. You and I don't like being locked up, bossed around, or touched by strangers. But of course, when you have the label dementia, we give certain labels like resistant, agitated, or aggressive. So is dementia really the root cause of the person's actions? Now, first of all, the brain changes are very real. People can especially experience difficulties with retrieving information and memories, communicating their needs verbally. Coping skills and social filters are sometimes compromised, and executive function, which is planning and problem-solving skills. So as a result, the changes of dementia can definitely modify how a person responds in a situation. But that is very different from saying that the brain disease is the root cause. And this is what seems like maybe a small shift, but it's an extremely important one because it totally rejects the concept of behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia, suggesting that when people do or say certain things that they are symptoms of brain disease. If you believe something's a symptom of a brain disease, you're probably going to give a pill for it. Just to give an example, one thing I often threaten my workshop groups with when I do workshops is I say to the group, how about if I just said right now, we're going to do an exercise and I'm going to pair you up with whoever's sitting next to you, and the two of you are going to go to a shower room and your partner's going to strip you naked and give you a shower. And of course, nervous laughter ensues. Nobody quite wants to do that. And very few people have been brave enough to do that in their training, although I know some that have. And I've done it with people, also giving them the opportunity to wear bathing suits at least for a little more modesty. But I remind people that in a place like long-term care, we expect people to do this all the time, every week. And we think that they should be okay with that, even though we wouldn't want to do it ourselves. But suppose 2 people without dementia in a workshop went and did this activity. One person got stripped and put under the shower, and suppose the water in the shower was too cold. Well, what would you and I do in that situation? We'd probably say, hey, the water's too cold, or we might reach over and we might adjust the temperature to our liking. A person living with the changes of dementia might not be able to respond as calmly. They might not be able to verbally say what's going on. So a person in that situation who is exposed to the cold water might scream or shout, might even strike out at the person who is providing help. So that's what the dementia did. It changed how the person responded to the situation. But the dementia didn't cause it. What caused it was the cold water. And if you think that this is a symptom of dementia, then you might give a pill before a shower, which sadly is what often happens. You might try some lovely non-pharmacologic approach, like having a nice spa atmosphere with some aromatherapy and some calming music and soft lighting. But if you don't turn up the temperature of the shower, you have never helped the person. And this is a very simplistic example, but we can go into more complex needs or preferences that people have, and we can apply the same situation and show that really it's not the dementia that is the root cause. Dementia may be an accelerant, like kerosene on a fire, but it doesn't cause the fire. We have to look deeper, and those root causes are usually things that we can address once we identify them. So we're not talking about people calming people for the moment. We're talking about keeping them from ever getting distressed in the first place. And I'll be talking about that in just a couple of minutes. So what do I think is going on? I think there are probably 7 categories that account for the vast majority of people's words and actions. The biggest one is often called unmet needs. I like to talk about as challenges to different aspects of well-being, and I'm going to share a well-being framework with you in just a moment. Sensory changes. The 5 senses change as we get older, and they change often with dementia. And if you don't know, for instance, that some people with Alzheimer's feel overwhelmed by the feeling of shower water hitting all their skin and get very upset by that and need to either have a bath or a sponge bath or maybe just to rinse one limb at a time, you might not realize that there is a change in them that makes it very difficult to take a shower. There are new communication pathways. I can't say what I said before, so I'll say it differently, or I will express it physically, perhaps. It's often an expression of agency. In a world where a lot of control has been taken away from people, it's just an attempt to exert control. It may just be a new way of interpreting and problem solving. People with dementia have not lost their brains. Their brains are very active, trying to understand the world, albeit with less information than the rest of us have. And so they're trying to solve problems, but because they don't have the information we have, they don't have the memories we have, they might find a different way of interpreting or solving it than you or I would. It doesn't mean they're delusional, it means that they are interpreting differently because of their fund of knowledge. It could be a response to some physical or relational aspect of the environment, and as the earlier slide showed, it could be a perfectly normal reaction that we've just made abnormal because of the label dementia. The thing about these 7 categories is there will never be a pill or any really generic non-pharmacological intervention that will help people that need these things. We have to identify these and we have to understand how to address them differently. A few more reframing exercises just to keep the challenge up. Trying to exit a living area is not an abnormal behavior. What's abnormal is locking the door and not letting people leave. I'm sure at the wellness fair there, if someone locked the door, it wouldn't be long before people there started having some so-called behaviors because it's not normal to be locked in and not allowed to go. So by blaming people who try to walk through a locked door, we are actually getting things backwards. Resisting being undressed by someone you don't recognize is not abnormal. Once again, if someone did that to you on the street, they could be arrested. Wanting to do things your way, at your pace, or on your terms is not abnormal. And the last one's kind of important too. Being angry if you've expressed a concern to someone and they try to correct you, distract you, redirect you, or lie to you is not abnormal. If you shared a concern with a coworker or a family member and they sympathized with you for 10 seconds and then tried to talk about the latest Leafs game, you wouldn't really feel like they heard you or cared about your concern. And I think that's why when we try to use things like distraction and redirection or the so-called therapeutic fibs to people with dementia, we see the same concern being expressed over and over again. What they're telling us is we didn't hear them. We didn't really pay attention to what was going on. So where do we go with all of this? How can we do something different? Well, my approach has 3 basic pillars that I have developed over the years. And the first thing I did when I was working on my first book nearly 20 years ago was to say that I was also in a biomedical box and I needed to see dementia differently. I need to get rid of all the brain disease and decline and deficits, not that they're not there, but to find a way to define it for every person with the definition or every person with the diagnosis, but without any judgment, without any focus on deficits or disease. And so I came up with this kind of fuzzy definition. Dementia is a shift in the way people experience the world around them. And I think you'll agree that's true. You may not think that's adequate to really talk about what's going on. And it certainly doesn't tell us what's in the brain, what kind of dementia people have. But every single person with every single kind of dementia is having a shift in the way they experience or perceive the world around them. And while that may seem like kind of a flaky definition, when I started using this as my reference point, I started going down a very different road than I'd ever gone down before. And it has become the one thing that I have not changed over the past 20 years, that I've continued to use as sort of a true north. And this is where the road led me. First of all, my greatest teacher perhaps was the late Dr. Richard Taylor, who lived with Alzheimer's disease, a psychologist, developed it in 1999 when he was 59 years old. And he lived with Alzheimer's for about 15 years. And then died not of dementia, but of cancer. But we worked together, we traveled together, made videos, gave presentations, and became good friends. And the first time I saw him speak at Alzheimer's Disease International way back in 2009, he said something very striking. He said, "I am not dying of a fatal disease. I'm living with a chronic disability." And so he shifted my focus from dying to living, from fatal disease to disability or different ability. And I'll get back to that in just a moment. That means that people continue to have the opportunity to grow. They are not the same as they were before, but they have a new normal. That is what we're trying to work with and optimize. It led me to challenge how we interpret distress, as you just heard. It led me to challenge a lot of our long accepted practices. And the other thing that's kind of cool about this definition is it's a radical reshifting of expertise. If you define dementia the way neurologists define dementia, the brain being so complex, I certainly don't understand all the structures and what's going on structurally and chemically in everybody with dementia. So the experts become the specialist physicians. And in a situation like a long-term care situation where perhaps somebody doesn't want to take a shower, what do? If the team can't figure out how to get them to take a shower, we pick up the phone and we call the doctor. Now, having gone to medical school, I can tell you that I never learned how to give anybody a shower, but I did learn how to give people medications. So when you call doctors as your experts with day-to-day challenges, chances are you're going to get a medication which may do more harm than good. Almost always will do more harm than good. When you instead define dementia this way, as a shift in the way people experience the world around them, now who are the experts? Well, the biggest expert is the person experiencing that change. So the person with dementia becomes at the center of things when it comes to eliciting what's going on and what is needed to the extent that they can tell you. And then beyond that, the people closest to that person. So that might be PSWs, that might be nurses, that might be family members, that might be somebody from housekeeping who is in long-term care around the person every day, providing housekeeping services. So this kind of turns the hierarchy upside down. It puts the people closest to the person at the top of the expertise. And then when there's a difficulty with a shower, you don't have to bring the doctors into this. Now, if you're a doctor like me who likes to talk about these things, they might be useful. And doctors do have a use, diagnosing, treating illness, etc. But when it comes to day-to-day things like this, it's really better to get the people who know the person. And maybe you call the doctor because you didn't have an answer with your team, but what I find with the workshops is I don't come in and wave a magic wand and tell people how to solve a problem. I give them these different ways of thinking, and then the team who knows the person well will come up with the answers. A few more words about that disability or different ability mindset. The nice thing about that is it assumes capability. That's kind of our rule with disabilities, is we assume people are capable unless they show us they're not. Generally with dementia, too often we do the opposite. We assume people are incapable because of their label. It focuses on retained and emerging strengths. And when I began thinking about this mindset, I began thinking about ramps. For example, a wheelchair ramp. If somebody can't come into the building because there are 10 steps, we would provide a ramp so that they can continue to participate. And it occurred to me that what we're doing with dementia as a cognitive disability is we're not providing ramps. And in this case, I don't mean wheelchair ramps, but I mean accommodations for a changing brain. And if we give a medication for somebody whose brain is changing when we haven't accommodated them, it's kind of like asking a person in a wheelchair to get up and walk up the steps, because that's what we do. And if they fall down and get upset with us saying they have a behavior problem and giving them an antipsychotic, that sounds kind of crazy. But whether you live at home or in a long-term care home, that's what we tend to do. We have people living in places based on our view of the world, our schedules, our personal rhythms, our staffing needs, and we expect them to fit without accommodating that. So we need to understand this as a different ability. We need to understand what people need to continue to succeed. And this also, since we can't cure dementia, creates an imperative to help fulfill universal human needs. And this also brings issues of rights and inclusion to bear, which I'll touch on just briefly, but it's going to be the subject of my next book, which I'll mention briefly toward the end. So what is a strengths-based approach then to people living with a cognitive disability or as I put in the intro, changing cognitive abilities. Here's a woman with dementia in a intergenerational cafe that a friend of mine set up in Ofinato, Japan. And she is reading stories and teaching school children. So once again, still doing something that she can do, working to strengths, providing assistance and care to younger people. So the second pillar of my approach is instead of trying to mitigate disease, focus on the strength-based focus of improving well-being. It's proactive and it's strength-based, whereas a lot of what we're taught to do with dementia is reactive or deficit-based. And it works on universal human needs. It provides an accessible framework for approaching challenges, which I will get to in a moment very briefly. And the nice thing about a well-being framework is it doesn't matter whether you have Alzheimer's or Lewy body dementia or frontotemporal. It doesn't matter on what type of dementia you have, what so-called stage you have, where you're living, what your functional status is. This framework works for everybody. And the other nice thing is, although it doesn't cure dementia, obviously, what it does is it builds reserve and resilience in the face of illness. So in people that are in crisis often are lacking in well-being. And when you supply that well-being, it's kind of like turning the heat down on the burner. They're no longer at the boiling point all the time. So there are many ways to look at well-being, a lot of frameworks out there. I chose one when I wrote my book to focus on. This came from the Eden Alternative Organization, who are talking about what all human beings need. And for my second book, I thought I would take that framework and apply it to the experience of living with dementia. So these are their 7 domains of well-being: identity, who you are, what your relationships are to family, to community, to work, your interests, your likes and dislikes. It's also your personal rhythms, for example. Connectedness, relationships, human relationships, maybe animal relationships, relationships to favorite activities, and relationships with the invisible, such as faith and spirituality. Security, more than a lock on the door. Security is more than just physical safety. It's also emotional and psychological safety too. So it means trust, familiarity. It means respect, modesty, dignity, privacy, etc. Autonomy, choice, and control, so important to all of us and so quickly taken away when people have a label of dementia. Meaning, purpose, having a reason to get out of bed in the morning, doing something that helps those around you to live better. Growth, the idea of experiencing new things, becoming something different than you were the day before, having continued reasons to look forward to each new day. And joy, which can both be a happy moment, but it can also be a deeper sense of fulfillment or contentedness that comes even when times are hard. So this is the framework I use, and there are a lot of different ways to spin it out, and time does not allow me to go into this in great detail, but I just want to mention that what this helped me to come up with was a case conference method for people who are trying to understand someone's distress and trying to find some alternative besides drugs that works better than what they have tried up to this point. So why use a well-being approach? Well, first of all, these needs, I would argue, those 7 domains of well-being are universal for everyone in the room and everyone outside the room. It doesn't matter your age, your culture, your nationality, your faith tradition, or whether you've been diagnosed with any illness or not. We all need identity, connectedness, security, autonomy, meaning, growth, and joy to live well. People who are chronically ill or people living with dementia have difficulty fulfilling that well-being by themselves. They have difficulty. Memory loss and other cognitive changes make it hard to keep up identity, connectedness, security, etc. without other people's help. These are the accommodations that we need to give to people with dementia, just like the wheelchair ramp for people in wheelchairs. But most people who provide support, whether they be family members or professionals, have never had education about well-being, and therefore are unaware of the need to actively support it. But even more so, many of our usual daily operations interactions can actually erode people's well-being. So a perfect example, if we go back to long-term care, would be the idea that there's a breakfast tray at 7:30 and everybody has to be up and dressed in time for breakfast. If your individual rhythms say that you like to sleep until 8:30 or 9, that doesn't work. We wake you up and we get you up, even though you may not be at a point mentally where that's the way you want to greet the day. Rotating staff is another example of something we do that cuts down identity connectedness. When people are forgetful, they need familiarity, they need trust. They don't need a stranger coming in every couple of weeks to provide very intimate care. So many of our operations actually make people's well-being even worse than it would be otherwise. So I have come to believe that dementia is not the cause of most people's distress. I believe that virtually all the distress we see has a root cause in the erosion of one or more of these domains of well-being. And this happens wherever people live, because well-being is not supported in most living environments. Not because we're bad people, but because we have not really looked at dementia this way, and we have not framed our support around strengthening these domains of well-being. So what I developed is a case conference, and basically what it does is when someone has a challenge, like someone who's resisting having a shower, or someone who's constantly trying to leave a living area, what we do is we take everything we know about the person. First, talk to the person if they can tell you about what they need or what those areas of well-being, how they are for them. But many people can't, and if they can't, then we get the people in the room that know them best, and we talk about how are these domains of well-being fulfilled at this point. If we were to look at those domains as 7 drinking glasses, how full are people's glasses? And what I found in teaching this on 5 continents around the world with very smart caring staff is that no matter what the person's issue is or how smart and how many things people have tried to help them, we find when we look at those 7 glasses that maybe one of them is 30% full and most of them are nearly empty. So we can stop right there and say, you've done everything you've been taught to help this person's distress. And here are 3 major areas of human need that our care system has done nothing to fulfill. So it shouldn't surprise us that people are still upset. And then there's a different kind of approach. Instead of just reacting to distress, we come up with a proactive care plan or maybe a well-being plan, where we try to choose 1 or 2 of those emptiest glasses and just try to fill them every day with every interaction, good days and bad days. So if autonomy is something that we are trying to improve for somebody, we look at every interaction. When you come in to greet somebody in the morning, when you get somebody out of bed, when you help somebody get dressed or eat a meal, how do you increase their sense of autonomy during that interaction? And just do that every day. And if you do that, and if you start working with 1 or more of these domains, what you will often see is that repetitive distress often starts to go away because you're giving people what they really needed. You're pulling them away from that crisis where they had no control or no feeling of security or no feeling of meaning, for example, in their daily lives. Now, a colleague of mine has been using this in the state of Arkansas, working with 92 care homes across the state of Arkansas. That's 44% of all the homes, with instructional seminars, in-home coaching, teaching people how to use this in care plans. As of last year, when we did a webinar, her antipsychotics were lowered to an average of 4.6% now across 105 long-term care homes, which is closer to 50% of all the long-term care homes in the entire state. So only, less than a quarter of the US average of antipsychotics. There was no increase during the pandemic, and Arkansas's antipsychotic rating had improved from 44th in the nation down to 8th. She also was able to cut down the Form 1 discharges to acute geriatric units by 74% in the first year that this was done. So this is the potential power of this, that not only using fewer medications, but really improving people's well-being, because that's really the problem. We tend to frame the pills as the problem. I've been guilty of that in the past too, but the pills are not the root problem. The pills are a symptom of a system that doesn't know how to provide well-being to people. So that's just a quick overview of what I've done in bringing well-being to people with dementia. I've left a lot out, but time is short, and I do want to talk a little bit about a different view of safety. And I mentioned that security on the pyramid I showed you is both physical safety, which is very important, but also emotional and psychological security. So how do we use this approach to balance autonomy and safety? There's a wonderful picture my friend Emi Kyoto gave me of a woman in Japan who was a little too short to use the counter, so that was her solution. This is a quote from Being Mortal by Atul Gawande. He was quoting Kieran Brown Wilson, who said, "We want autonomy for ourselves and safety for those we love. That remains the main problem and paradox for the frail. Many of the things that we want for those we care about are things that we would adamantly oppose for ourselves because they would infringe upon our sense of self. So this is a tricky thing, and there's no simple, clear-cut answers. But how do we help people be safe, but also give them the opportunity to live fully and to thrive? A quick primer on the idea of risk. First of all, everything we choose to do has the potential for both positive and negative outcomes. So hopefully the wellness fair has been a positive experience for you, but also if you got in the car and drove there or got on the train, there's always a chance you can have an accident or something. So everything we choose to do has some risk. There's a potential for both positive and negative outcomes. How much of each depends on who the person is and what they choose to do. But obviously you want the positive to greatly outweigh the negative. At the same time, everything we choose not to do also has the potential for positive and negative outcomes. So you could say, okay, I'm going to stay home and not go because I don't want to get in a car accident, but then you miss the benefits of the wellness fair. I just spent time earlier working out with a trainer. A lot of people would say, oh my God, your age, people in their 70s shouldn't work out because they could get injured. But the truth is that exercise builds strength, flexibility, balance, and you're actually less likely to fall and get seriously injured if you exercise than if you don't exercise. So once again, you're balancing positive and negative outcomes. The other thing is that positive and negative outcomes can arise indirectly and unexpectedly. So it's not just an either or sometimes. And I think the best example of that recently was the COVID pandemic. We knew what to do for infection control, and part of that was isolating people. But we found that when we isolated people, that there were negative outcomes from that had nothing to do with the infection, but had to do with isolation, with people who couldn't get up and move, who were lonely because their families didn't see them, who became more distressed and then got medicated with antipsychotics or were restrained. So there were other outcomes that might not have been expected. So the important thing is that there is no risk-free choice or environment. My friend Bill Thomas says the only risk-free human environment is a casket. So we should never ask what's the risk of doing something without also asking what's the risk of not doing it. We always have to balance those two things. Now, if you look at the pyramid that I share, when I put things in a pyramid shape like this, I found that security bar came up against 5 of the other domains. It sits on top of identity and connectedness. This kind of supports, because in order to bring people security, you really should know them well and they should know you. You should have a relationship. It also sits side by side with autonomy, and it sits underneath the layer of autonomy, of meaning and growth. And what I find with this is that these points of contact can also be points of conflict. So there are some simple ways through the well-being framework that we sometimes erode people's autonomy when we don't need to. Let's look at identity and connectedness. How do well-meaning people often erode the autonomy of a person with dementia? By not supporting identity and connectedness. Well, if we have stigma and low expectations of people, we're not going to support autonomy. When we often exclude people from discussion, decisions, meetings, care plans, we've taken away autonomy. If we don't sharpen our communication skills, or if we have care practices like rotating staff, care systems like that disrupt relationships, then no one's going to trust the person enough to support their ability to choose. A lot of times, staging systems and categorizations erode autonomy too, because we say, oh, you're stage 4, you're not going to be able to do this anymore. And we put people in these pigeonholes that don't really describe their capabilities. And segregated living environments do too. I'll just spend a moment talking about separate living environments for people with dementia. How does segregation erode autonomy? Number 1, because the door is locked. People can't go anywhere. Number 2, lack of choice in determining where to live. And I've traveled all over the world. I've been to a lot of memory care. There may be somebody out there, but I have yet to meet somebody who looked at both locked and unlocked living areas and chose the locked one on their own. It's usually done by a family member or an organization who says that they belong there, or a doctor says that they belong there. There's often lack of individualization. You got all these unique people with different types of dementia, and they're put in a place with, quote, dementia housing or dementia programming. Stephen Sabat worried about the lack of contact with more able, what he called social personae, to help work as role models for people that need help understanding what is going on in their world. And once again, if there's stigma and low expectations, there are often self-fulfilling prophecies that happen in such areas. How about meaning and growth? Autonomy is needed for meaning and growth. The truth is, if you look at your favorite accomplishments in your life, nothing we have ever accomplished was meaningful unless there was a risk of failure. Failure-free activities are meaningless. If you are asked to do something and there's no chance you can fail, you're not going to feel any kind of sense of accomplishment for having done it. Just like, a child, if you let them win at a game all the time, they're going to get bored and leave eventually because there's no struggle. Growth requires change. It requires risk, and it requires meaningful engagement. So the question is not how can we prevent failure, but how can we create environments where people can safely fail from time to time if we want to create meaning. And then security sits next to autonomy. It's a fragile dynamic. Feeling a sense of security can help you to make choices, but too much focus on security can take away your autonomy. Two common practices to take away autonomy are what I'm going to call all or none thinking and surplus safety. All or none thinking is just that. Either he can do it or he can't do it. Everybody can do it or nobody can do it. It stems from the stigmas, saying that people are incapable of things. It comes from the inability to see that there are nuances of ability. Maybe you can't do it all the way, but maybe you can do it with some support, or maybe you can do part of it. Often it's a misunderstanding of our role as carers that we have to take over for people, even through our kindness, that we have to do for instead of doing with. And we misunderstand empowerment. We think it's just like giving a 16-year-old the car keys and saying, okay, you're empowered, go drive a car. Empowerment is always a hands-on, supportive kind of process. And one of the biggest ones, particularly in areas like long-term care, is inflexible care systems. So if the care system cannot flex to meet individual needs, then we're going to take away from everybody. And that's the reason often why doors are locked in memory care. I've been to a lot of memory care places where there might be 30 people living there, and there might be 3, 4, 5 people who would really seriously get in trouble if the door was locked. But because we can't individualize their care plans, everybody's locked in. And so these inflexible care systems are a huge barrier to autonomy in long-term care or retirement communities, and in a sense at home too, because a lot of people have to do that superhuman job of supporting a loved one with dementia at home. There's not a lot of support for home care. There's not a lot of other people that can help you. And when you need to sleep, when you need to prepare meals, when you need to shop and do other work, sometimes that it's really impossible for one person to be flexible enough to meet the person's needs without other kinds of support. Surplus safety, Bill Thomas and Judah Ranch talk about this a lot. The risk can be up or down. You can have a risk of something going right or a risk of something going wrong. And when you worry too much about downside risk with relationship to upside risk, that's surplus safety. So downside risk is what's the chance that something will turn out worse than expected? If so-and-so gets up and walks, what are the chances they fall? That's a real risk. But upside risk is what's the chance something will turn out better? If they get up and walk, what are the chances they'll get stronger, be more independent, maybe be less restless, maybe sleep better at night or have better appetite? The problem is with dementia, wherever you live, nearly all the focus is on downside risk. And so the opportunity for a fulfilling, meaningful life is often greatly curtailed. Here's an example of the complexity of risk. This is an old study that we're talking about in our new book, but it's very powerful. They had 22 people in memory care that was normally secured, and they had the doors locked for a total of 60 hours and unlocked for a total of 60 hours. They'd kind of go back and forth, and they would watch people both near the door and away from the door. The total distress expressions were 1,534 during the 60 hours when the door was locked, only 419 when it was unlocked. So you could say that locking the doors led to a 3 2/3 fold increase in distress, both near and away from the doors. Or alternatively, you could say unlocking the doors led to a 73% decrease in distress. There was no change in personal care activities, etc. The only thing they did was lock the door. And they found when the doors unlocked, people didn't bolt for the road. Most of them would open the door, look outside, and when they were satisfied that they could get out, they tended to come back in or not go very far. So the question from that study is, how many people in our secured neighborhoods who are receiving antipsychotics or other medications for distress are getting them because the distress is caused simply by the door being locked? So obviously injury and death after leaving a living area is a serious concern. We cannot ignore that. But antipsychotics also cause death. Maybe 1 out of 34 people after 3 months' time will die due to the effects of the drug. They also cause strokes, heart attacks, pneumonia, They accelerate cognitive decline. They cause falls, movement disorders. This study showed that locked doors were the primary cause of distress seen. So how many people are on antipsychotics? Primarily because they have forced confinement. And how many other people are suffering other effects of confinement, whether it's isolation, lack of movement, lack of sunlight, poor sleep, or just giving up, the prisoner of war approach. So have we made people safer by locking the door? And lastly, what if the media and the regulators roll up every death or injury due to the antipsychotics the way they do for the person who is harmed when they leave a building? Once again, I'm not saying that there's a right answer here. I'm saying that there is no risk-free environment. And sometimes the things we do to promote safety actually create as much or more risk. Unfortunately, these nuances are often lost on the media, regulators, lawyers, society in general. There's a basic conflict in long-term care regulations, which says that providers have to respect resident rights, but also always keep them safe. And sometimes those two things come in conflict when I want to do something that you don't think is safe. But studies in the US and Canada, Australia that I've read have all shown that when the two come into conflict, the regulators and family members will invariably take away the person's rights in deference to their own one-sided safety concerns. And Megan Graham from Ottawa wrote a great paper about this where she talked about how dementia is more and more being framed not as a medical condition, but a security condition. And she said that it appears that security is prioritized above residents' agency, dignity, and sense of self. So I don't think I've made anything easier or clearer, but there are ways you can support autonomy. The best way, the easiest way is to start by optimizing our skills for good communication. When you communicate well with somebody, that's the most basic level of empowerment. You're empowering them to understand you, to express themselves, and to be understood. Consider a spectrum of ability. My friend John Quinn, who has Alzheimer's in Australia, hasn't given up driving completely, but he only drives to local areas where he knows where he's going. He drives during the day, he drives at nice weather. So he's put parameters around his abilities. Look at the upside as well as the downside in your negotiating risk between best and worst. And in my second book, I put a 7-step process for negotiating risk, really wherever people live. If somebody wants to do something, first thing is to discuss it. Find out why people want to do something, what they feel about that, what it means to them, and explore their values, how it ties into their well-being needs. And then realize that there are conditions of empowerment. You don't just send the 16-year-old off with the keys. You say, okay, what do we need to know? How can we help you to do this better? What kind of preparation do we need for you to be able to do this as safely as possible? What's the continuum? Do you do it all? Do you do some of it? Do we start by having somebody accompany you or watch or help you at first to see how you do? And then try to make as collaborative decision as possible. Document results, particularly in long-term care environments where you want to show what the discussion was and keeping other people abreast of the process. Now, in the new book, which is really focused on the risk of leaving secured living areas, we're writing a book on how to desegregate and unlock memory care environments. But this really can be used with any kind of risk. But our pathways really came from that particular idea of risk of having an unsecured neighborhood. The first two I've talked about. The first one is to reframe dementia. Start seeing dementia differently, start defining it differently, and then focus on well-being. And the third one is to leverage our collective capacities, to use huddles, to use ways of coming together to get diverse perspectives to solve challenges rather than just having one person or sort of a top-down way of doing it. These things are really critically important because every decision you make after this comes from how you see dementia, whether you put your focus on wellness or illness, on rights or pure safety, and whether you're involving diverse voices in the discussion or not. Then creating an enabling environment, that could be the physical environment, it could be using technology for monitoring or whatever. And lastly, negotiating benefits and risks. Specifically for long-term care, a few other things. A very important one is to find the why and go public. And the reason I say this is because a lot of our initiatives, we see somebody doing something cool And we say, well, we should try that too, and we focus on the how. The problem with focusing on the how is if we don't get it right or something comes along and something goes wrong, we often will just give up and say, well, that didn't work. The thing about the why is it speaks to our values, it speaks to our principles. Why should this be this way? What do we as human beings deserve? And are we going to give these rights to all of us? Are we all still Canadian citizens, even though we have changed our address? Once you find a why, then you have a belief that this is the right thing to do. And then when things go wrong, you don't quit, you fix it, you figure out what was missing, and you keep going forward. Review your operational capabilities because, as I said, inflexibility and certain operational processes are the biggest barriers to people's autonomy. So having in long-term care consistent, deep knowing team assignments. Same with home-based care, having the same home care people coming every time. Regular shift huddles that empower and respect all voices. Operational culture change processes that will maximize the flexibility so you can truly individualize care plans. A one-size-fits-all idea fits nobody. Widen parameters in incremental steps. You don't have to do it all the first day. Do it a little bit at a time and gradually improve people's capability or freedom or whatever it is you're trying to expand upon. And work proactively with all stakeholders to find solutions, advocate for the rights of our most vulnerable citizens, and to be humble because it's hard work and important work. So safety is important. I'm glad you've had great discussions about this today. I'm going to leave you with one last quote before we break, and I know we had a little technical trouble at the beginning, but I can hang around if you want to spend a little time with questions. I'm happy to hang out. So my last quote is, maybe the most dangerous situation for people living with dementia is actually self-fulfilling prophecies when we don't give people the opportunity to live fully and meaningfully as possible. So thanks, everybody, and I appreciate your time. Great to be with you, even if not in person. And I'm going to stop sharing and go back to Jamie.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Power. I am going to open the floor if you don't mind, to see if anybody.
Absolutely.
I'm wondering if you want to come up here or do you want to stand up and how do you want to do this? Okay, you're gonna have to probably talk through me and you can.
Most accidents happen within 5 miles of home. And people with dementia quite often gets lost within a block of their own home. I'm wondering why his friend is still able to drive. It's the driving question.
It's the driving question.
The driving question. Yeah, can you repeat it? It kind of breaks up from a distance.
Yeah.
So she has a friend, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Yep.
I'm loud. She has a friend who is still driving.
Yeah.
And you were talking about the 5 mile sort of driving, but we know people can get lost going around the block. How do you mitigate that? How do you handle that?
Yeah, there are usually places where you can assess people's driving ability, and a lot of it, some of it is memory, some of it's wayfinding, a lot of it is also ability to focus and distractions too, because that can be a danger when driving. Certainly not everybody with dementia should be driving a car, but some people can, and we have to figure out how to do that. My friend Phyllis Fair, who lives in Hamilton, still drives, and she also challenges her brain. She says, I'm not going to use the GPS unless I'm truly lost because I don't want my brain to get lazy. But not everybody can do that. So driving assessments are a good way to do it. But I think it's also very important to have discussions with the people about why they drive, what they want to do, and what it means to them. Because often it's not so much because I think I'm a good driver, but because it's about autonomy, going back to that well-being domain. And people with dementia know that as soon as they turn over one thing to the people around them, everything else can be taken away very quickly. So they're kind of at the beginning of a slippery slope when you give up that all-important driver's license. And I think there's a fear that if I stop driving, nobody will let me do anything. So a lot of it is really partnering with a person, talking about, we have concerns about safety. We want you to be able to do the things you're doing, how can we help you do that? It might be using friends to drive. It might be using public transportation. Or somebody who's a little more capable, it might be just about accompanying them so you can be there to help them if they're not sure which way to turn. But once again, a driving evaluation in cases like that, I think, is a little bit safer because there are other issues besides just knowing which direction to go. But the important thing is to keep the person involved, not to make decisions for them, and to understand that this is about autonomy. And if you take that bit of autonomy, driving alone away, how can you support them to get where they want to go, to do what they want to do? And how can you support autonomy in every other interaction so they don't feel like they've lost it all just because they don't drive by themselves anymore? I hope that's helpful in a general way, at least.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you. Is there another question out there? Yes, please stand up.
Nisi?
No.
Hi, my father, has Alzheimer's, and his symptoms really started about 1.5 years ago, and they very, very fast. So I agree with everything you're saying, and I also agree with self-fulfilling prophecy of your comments. But for my dad, who seems to be at a place where he's hallucinating, and I don't believe that he's going to be able to answer a lot of those questions adequately for himself. What do you do? What do I do at that stage?
Yeah, what I usually recommend for people is that they focus on those well-being domains. And if the person can't answer them themselves, then by knowing them well, getting anyone else around them who knows them well to talk to, decide which of those well-being domains they need the most. So if he has lost connections that are important, or trying to restore connectedness. If he is sitting around not doing anything all day, trying to find things that could be meaningful for him. If he seems anxious all the time, are there things that make him feel insecure or unsafe? Are there ways you can work on that? And once again, this is a whole different kind of counterintuitive way of approaching this than what most people teach. And it's not, what I'm saying sounds easy, but it's not. It takes a lot of practice to understand how to do this, a lot of trial and error. But if you focus on a couple of those areas of well-being and just saying, okay, how can we just make this a little bit better? Don't try to hit a home run. But what you find is when you do these little things, that they often have a cumulative effect. As far as hallucinations sometimes are mislabeled. They're often misperceptions. They're not the true hallucinations that people like with schizophrenia get, and even so, they're not the kinds of things that often respond to antipsychotics. Antipsychotics aren't doing the same thing chemically in a brain with dementia that they do in schizophrenia. So there are also ways that you can approach those kinds of things by making sure that the person has adequate ability to see during the daytime, adequate ability to hear, that it's a quiet nighttime environment, that there are not shadows or reflections or things that might be misinterpreted by aging eyes or aging ears, and just trying to create an environment that is as clear and easy to figure out and consistent as possible. And often you can reduce some of those perceptions as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just putting
Sure.
that into your comment. So my father is seeing his mother, his brother, who have long passed, and I don't believe that I believe he sees them. I'm in his mind, and try to think about what he's thinking, and I believe he is seeing them. So,
it may be something his mind is creating that may be related to well-being needs. They may represent times in his life when he was cared for, when he felt secure, when he felt more in control. And so his mind may make them up. There's no question. And you can call it a hallucination, but I'm not sure that's necessarily the kind of thing I would give a potentially dangerous drug for, because if he's not upset by them, if he gets comfort from them, then that may not be such a bad thing, and I'm not sure the pills are going to make it go away, because with schizophrenia, you have too much dopamine activity, and you don't see things with schizophrenia. You hear accusatory voices. That's what schizophrenics have, is auditory hallucinations. And when you give these antipsychotics, you bring the level of dopamine down in the brain. But most people with Alzheimer's don't have too much dopamine. So giving a drug that blocks dopamine doesn't really have the same effect that you would expect it to have. So it may sedate the person to some extent. It often does not take that away, though. And once again, I often say, that when people are seeing things or hearing things that I don't, with dementia, I say, what is their emotional state? If it is, someone that's trying to attack them that is very disturbing, that's one thing. If it's somebody that they just happen to be talking to or bringing comfort, my idea of giving, potentially powerful pills to take that away is, I feel less of a need to do that because I don't feel like they are in a bad place. It's just a different place than where I happen to be. So that's just kind of the way I approach it. Not everybody would agree with me, but that's my perspective.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm not interested in giving him drugs for this at all.
Yeah.
Something that we seem to be living with and dealing with, and we're just trying to, be in his world and understand what he's seeing. And
Yeah.
talk about that. So thank you.
One thing you can do, we didn't have time to really go into the optimal communication skills, but one thing that I like to talk to people about is people often have trouble remembering, and we certainly don't want to challenge things that don't match our reality. But just being curious, and a couple ways you can converse with people that have trouble remembering. One is what I call speaking like a sports interviewer. Instead of asking questions, which require answers that could be right or wrong, just making statements, because that's what the sports interviews do. They say, well, coach, you had to come back there in the third period, but you came up short. And then they point the microphone at the person without asking a question. But often with dementia, you can do that. You can, instead of asking a question, you can just make a statement and let them fill in. That way they don't have to have a right or wrong answer. They can just say as much as they want. Or if you do ask questions, make them opinion questions. What do you like best about this? How do you feel about this, instead of where is something or how old is somebody? So if they're talking to a long gone relative, I would just say, tell me about your mother. What do you love about your mother? What does she say when she talks to you? Just being curious. And you might find that there are some needs being expressed symbolically by people. She said that she's going to keep me safe. So, okay, maybe for some reason they don't feel safe. So what can we do around the home environment to make it a more secure feeling environment? And it might give you cues or clues about the well-being domains that might be challenged a little bit.
That's fantastic. I really appreciate those comments.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
We've got time for another question, yeah? Okay, do you want to come up and?
Sure. This is I'm posing it for somebody who's present. So it's kind of a comment question. So this is coming from someone who has had brain surgery and has had radiation on their brain. And
Yep.
doctor informed them that they have a higher chance of developing Alzheimer's or dementia. How do you deal with the fear associated with that, or what would your recommendation be?
Yeah, Alzheimer's has become a very feared condition. A lot of people say that it is more feared now than cancer. Cancer used to be the big one, and cancer's still out there, but a lot of people fear dementia. I think that we have to talk about risks, and a lot of times we talk about prevention. I don't use that word because none of us has a guarantee in life, but we can talk about risk reduction. And so maybe having had a procedure with the brain like that increases your risk. It's not a guarantee anybody's going to get anything, but it might mean that if you had an X risk of getting dementia in your life, maybe that's increased by 10% or something like that. But we have identified now 14 things that you can do that greatly reduce your risk of having dementia. And whoever we are, whatever we've been through in our lives, we can do these things. And it's not a guarantee we won't get it. But number one, we might reduce our risk, and even if we don't prevent it, we might even put it off for 5 or 10 years, which can be a huge impact on someone's life. So some of the things, for instance, are controlling blood pressure and blood sugar, not smoking, not drinking to excess, exercising, keeping socially engaged, following a fairly healthy diet, more like the Mediterranean diet with a lot of grains, fruits, vegetables, less red meat, in spite of what Robert F. Kennedy says, less processed foods, and challenging, keeping our brains active. It doesn't mean we have to do something meaningless to us, like if you hate Sudoku puzzles, you don't have to sit there and force yourself to do them, but just to do things that challenge your brain in a way that's interesting to you, whether it be a hobby or learning a language or just meeting with people and talking about things that are important to you or volunteering in your community. All those things are good. You can combine movement socialization with things like dancing or listening, engaging in music. All those things can be helpful. A big one, correcting hearing loss. People that get age-related hearing loss that don't get hearing aids clearly increase their risk of getting dementia. So if you have trouble hearing, get hearing aids and use them. If you have trouble seeing, get eyeglasses and use them. Those are both risk factors. Untreated depression and anxiety can also be a risk factor. So a lot of people get depression, but to get it attended to, and that may even include taking antidepressant medications, but to not be living with the chronic stress of depression and anxiety that's not well managed is something else you want to avoid. Head trauma. Maybe most of the people in the room don't worry about this, but if you're rollerblading or engaging in sports, using proper head protection, etc. So many, many things we can do. And once again, there are no guarantees, but it gives you, for someone who's concerned about their risk and is a bit fearful, it just gives you better control, a better sense of control over your future. And you can do all those things and still get dementia, but you're going to live better and you're going to have less chance than you would have if you didn't do them. And so that's just one thing that we can do, regardless of what happened to us before.
All right, thank you. I just want to ask a question myself because
Yeah.
I'm talking a lot about antipsychotics, but also you just talked about 14 factors that will help in reducing the possibilities of dementia. But when we go to the doctor, it's not uncommon for the first thing a doctor wants to do is to put their loved one on an Aricept or something to slow down.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that, when in fact we have 14 factors we can work on.
Yeah. I had a slide where I kind of addressed that. There just wasn't time for all the slides, so I didn't keep it in there. One of the things I say one of the opinions I give is I think that there's an unbalance in the billions of dollars we spend trying to find a magic pill to make this go away versus the small amount we spend on public health initiatives and education about risk factors. Because I think there's a lot more bang for the buck if we stop people from getting dementia or delay the onset in society than if we keep just looking for a pill to reverse what's already happened. And by the way, those risk factors, they're good for all of us. They're good for me to do, but they're really good for people in their 20s and 30s because a lot of these dementias start early long before you have symptoms. And it just, puts you into a more of a healthy frame of mind. But I agree 100%. My personal experience when I was in practice prescribing a drug like Aricept was I kind of broke the people that took it into thirds. About a third of the people thought it helped them think better for a period of time, a few years, and they would take it. Another third, couldn't really tell and often would stop it. And then the third maybe had side effects or felt worse and had to stop it. And as far as the new drugs, I personally, and once again, different people have different opinions. I have never believed that amyloid was the cause of dementia, of Alzheimer's. I think it's there, and it certainly can accelerate some of the changes. But I think there's something deeper than that. And sometimes I think that trying to remove amyloid is like just trying to take sugar away from a diabetic. You haven't cured the diabetes. There was one very critical analysis of the new amyloid drugs that said that really when you look at the actual outcomes, they do about as much as Aricept does, but they cost 100 times as much and can cause brain bleeding. So I don't think we're there yet as far as medications, but we have so much opportunity to educate the public. And, glad we have the Alzheimer's Society here because, you do a key role in education, advocacy, and the things that you do to help people to understand these things, I think are so incredibly important. And I'm not against drug research, but I think we need a lot more of that and a lot less of just pouring our money into looking for the magic pill, because I don't think that that's such an easy thing to do.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have a question in the back. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
What do you think of the influence of the iPhone, the internet and all this? Because I see young people, they won't talk to me. They're just like this.
Yeah, it's boy, you.
Be back. Now I want you, every time you come here, ask that book. There's a book a whole generation of 50 years, ask it what it knows.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a double-edged sword. I wouldn't be able to talk to you today if it weren't for Zoom. So I guess the internet certainly brings some good things. It is a double-edged sword. I don't know of any information, and I certainly don't know of any concern about internet technology use and cognitive function. I do worry that shortcuts do sometimes take away some of our brain skills. And all the time I'll go to the store and something will cost $1.05, and I'll give somebody $10 and a nickel, and they're not sure why I did that because they don't know how to make change without the cash register telling them what they need to give me. So I do worry about that, and that's what Phyllis Fair worries about when she says I don't use the GPS unless I have to because I don't want my brain to get lazy. I do worry about attention. I worry about the kind of ADHD thing, and we have a lot of discussions in our family about that, not just with kids but with adults too. I feel like we're losing our ability to pay attention, to be mindful, and that's something we can learn from people with dementia. People with dementia are very good at being in the present moment and being mindful, and the best way to communicate with them is to put ourselves in that very mindful space, to stop the devices, put the phone down, not think about what we were just doing, but really be present in that moment. And yeah, I think it's, we also have access to all the information we need. We can talk to people around the world. So like television or any other medium, it has benefits, but it also needs a certain amount of restraint because I think it can be harmful if we use it unwisely. I don't know what the right amount is. I was just trying to figure that out for myself.
Frank, dementia.
Okay. I think we're going to close it off today, but what I'd like to do is.
Oh, can I add one quick thing, Jamie? I just, because you said the word dementia, I have a friend, Bobby Redmond in Australia, and she uses technology amazingly to help her live independently. She lives alone at home, and by using the Alexas and by using reminders, she actually has, and she's come up with things I'd never heard of to help her to find her way, to know what to do. So technology can be useful with dementia too. So while the technology may be making our brains a little bit crazier than they were before, when you have dementia, you can actually harness a lot of these apps and things to help you to live successfully, even by yourself. So sorry, I just wanted to add that on.
No, that's okay. Listen, I just, before we close off, I'm going to pass this podium on to Andrea from the Alzheimer Society.
Oh, yeah.
A couple comments and say thank you.
Sure.
Hi, thanks, Dr. Power. I met you at a conference, the Pioneer Conference, probably 20 years ago, with Bill Thomas and Dr. Taylor and many other people, and it really shifted how we think about things, or I think about things. We're still not there yet in terms, even us at the Alzheimer Society, but, and we're constrained by money, all of us are, in terms of how we offer programming and things like that, but we're getting a little bit better. And I want to thank you very much. Your first book, Dementia Without Drugs, I think it was.
Dementia Beyond Drugs, yeah.
Yeah, beyond eye-opening for all of us. So I want to thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank Mona, who from Memory Lane, who is the catalyst behind this day today. And the work she does, it's absolutely amazing to me how this lady came to me as a client about 20 years ago, and she has taken and run in terms of the things she's been able to do in our community. So I want to say thank you. And she was the one who came up with your name, and I said, oh yeah, I know. So we really appreciate it. I was going to take a trip. You're in Rochester, I believe, right?
That's correct, yeah.
But I was going to head down and see you, but
No.
I never got there. Sorry about that.
Right now, you're better off north of the border. I get there every time I can. Really.
Exactly. Anyway, I just want to say thank you very much. And for everyone in the audience, thank you for coming. And I'm going to turn it back to Mona to do her end of thanking.
Okay, yeah.
All right, well, I think I've already sort of posed the thank you, but what I do want to say is thank you for providing us with a different way of looking at cognitive changing abilities. I think that I make up that your presentation can make us work better at advocating for dementia and those on this journey. So thank you.
Thank you, Mona. Appreciate working with you. And be well, everybody.
Thank you very much, Dr.
You
Power.
bet. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks for everything.
Be well.
Good to see you. Yeah, you too. Bye-bye now.
Dr. Allen had a question.
So maybe you can answer.